Not that. Yes. I have it on. All right, good evening. It's 6:34 p.m. and I'd like to call the September 28th meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, can you please take the roll call?
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford.
Present.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright. Thank you.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, so we are in for a real treat this evening. We have a performance from the CHS a cappella singer and ensemble. So we will get out of their way so we can hear their beautiful voices.
Hi, we are Unaccompanied Minors. We are Columbia High School's mixed a cappella group. Today we'll be singing Sucker, written by the Jonas Brothers, with our soloist, Paige Provenzano.
We go together, better than birds of a feather, you and me. We change the weather. I'm feeling heat in December when you're around me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And baby, you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you, yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. And you're making my typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Don't complicate it, 'cause I know you and me know everything about me. I can't remember all of the nights I don't remember when you're around me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And baby, you know it's obvious, I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you, yeah. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. And you're making my typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. And you're making my typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Thank you, that was amazing. I wish I could sing like that. Okay, so please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. This evening, the board will have the honor of swearing in our remaining newly elected student board representative, Asa Glassman. Also on the agenda for this evening is a district presentation on equal opportunity schools. The HIB self-assessment presentation will now be done in the October meeting. With that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:40 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, HIBs, and litigation status report. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our back to school board meeting night. We will kick off the meeting with the swearing in of CHS student Asa Glassman as our new student representative. Asa, please join us up here for the swearing in ceremony, which will be done by Mr. Burnside.
Testing. Ready? I state your name,
Asa Glassman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and this state under the authority of the people,
and this state under the authority of the people.
so help me God.
So help me God.
I state your name,
Asa Glassman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
that I possess the qualifications
for the office of Member of Student Representative
for the office of Member of Student Representative
to the Board of Education,
to the Board of Education,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all the duties of that office
perform all the duties of that office
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Asa. I'd like to now make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for the August 1st, 2023 special meeting and the executive session and regular meeting minutes for the August 24th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Ecker. All in favor, please raise your hand. The meeting minutes have been approved. I will now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for 2 presentations.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to everyone.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Taylor.
Oh, Student Board Reps next, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Refresh your
Yes,
agenda for me,
yes,
yep.
thank you so much. I will now turn it over to our student reps for their update.
Is this on? Okay. Hello, everyone. I feel that before I begin my report, I should first introduce myself. My name is Gwyneth Brown, and I'm currently a junior at Columbia High School. I moved to the district in 4th grade from Illinois, where I attended South Mountain and following that Psalms. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time in the district, and I feel extremely grateful to have this opportunity alongside my peer and friend, Asa Glassman. This being said, Asa and I started our role this year welcoming teachers back into the building on the 6th of September. We know how important teacher-student relationships are, and therefore we see immense value in ensuring our teachers feel welcome and appreciated. This event, occurring for the first time in person since 2019, is an indication that finally our district has returned to normalcy in relation to the COVID pandemic. Overall, CHS has seen a smooth transition into the new school year. The newly renovated Underhill Sports Complex has seen many spirited games and wins from our fall sports teams. Clubs have resumed meeting following the annual club fair that took place in the beginning of the year, and the increase in transparency communicated regarding drills, construction, and other complications has given students improved confidence in CHS administration. Yet this year, Columbia High School has seen many changes made through the new disciplinary measures implemented and new schedule in place. As you may or may not know, one thing that our predecessors, Noah and Vanessa, worked hard on was the improvement of school safety. This year, many new measures have been taken to improve this. Asa and I met with Vice Principal King this past week and discussed these changes. Among them are new ID card regulations, which mandate the wearing of ID cards at all times, and a new swipe-in policy, which will be fully running within the next week or so, and will sync students entering the building into Power School. Another positive change is the push to have teachers in the hall between periods welcoming students into their classrooms. The goal is to minimize students in the halls during classes and to improve student relationships with security. This is being done by creating a more positive disciplinary environment, as now all administrative personnel are working to ensure students are where they need to be. These changes have been very successful, as already there is a notable decrease in students wandering the halls and leaving school during unauthorized class periods. Asa and I mentioned to Mr. King that while these changes are extremely beneficial, the student body needs consistency. For these regulations to be taken seriously and for them to continue to show positive results, they need to be enforced, especially because in the past, the school has been arguably lenient regarding students' whereabouts. And the goal of increased community and positive interaction between students and authorities is extremely valuable to our education. Some of this year's changes have not come without challenges. Asa and I conducted a study to gauge student opinion on the new schedule, which made conference period 1 as opposed to period 9 in previous years. While many students enjoy the additional sleep, student athletes, which make up majority of the student body, are suffering the consequences. Many athletes leave early from their 9th period class to attend sports games. This has become a problem as now 9th period is an academic class instead of a free period or gym. Additionally, this schedule does not solve the problem of conference period, where students must choose between taking an additional class or having availability to meet with their teachers outside of their designated class time. We gathered that around 75% of students prefer last year's schedule to this year for reasons such as the athletics mentioned above, but also because it was more accommodating for students with extended time on assignments and tests who could no longer go after class and finish their work. Asa and I will continue to update the board as the year progresses to see if the intended goals of reduced tardiness and traffic are living up to the expectations of administration when this new schedule was created. This month, Asa and I also met with Principal Sanchez. We addressed the Option 2 program, a program that allows students who exercise outside of school to have a study hall for one semester instead of gym, and worked to get the newly complex sign-up changed to a more reasonable procedure. We also discussed our goals for this year, one of which is to improve knowledge on college visits and extracurricular opportunities. We began planning a college fair, which will take place in the spring, and worked with administration to set up better emailing policies to inform students of college visits and opportunities, as well as setting up a board outside the guidance office with a calendar and sign-up information. Finally, in our meeting with Dr. Taylor, Asa and I emphasized the importance of school counselors and began to discuss the ways we can improve the counseling process and support offered at CHS. School counselors make a huge impact on our high school experience and have the power to aid students who may not receive support at home so that they are taking full advantage of every opportunity CHS has to offer. That is all for this month's board report, but I would now like to address the SOMSD student body in saying that Asa and I are here to serve and support you. We strongly encourage you to reach out to us and communicate your concerns so we can make SOMSD a better place for every student. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
I actually do. Thank you so
Sure.
much. I'm sorry, Asa, I was in the bathroom when you were, oh, wait, has he been?
Oh, I forgot to give you a response.
Okay, he was sworn in. I'm like, did he get sworn in or not? Sorry. But I want to thank you guys for your detailed presentation. We have been hearing some information about the Freshman Academy. Is there any way that you guys can report back to us as to what's going on with it or how the freshmen are feeling about the process?
Yeah. So already we actually included that within our survey, but we got mixed results. Some freshmen think it's beneficial, some aren't really sure. From what we've kind of been getting is that it hasn't necessarily started up yet. So for next month, we'll be able to get more of a gauge on, what is actually happening within those classes and if it really is making a difference in the transition between middle school to high school, which is what it's intended to do. So we'll definitely update you on that as the year progresses.
Thank you so much. That would be really helpful.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
And just one other exciting thing to note. So it just so happens that the timing to look at our student representative policy is now. So we've tasked our student representatives to take a first stab at making some potential changes and looking at the language. So they will be doing that work and we'll report back to the policy committee. So thank you both. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out about that. I think that's it. So now we can move on to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent update.
Thank you. And also for our board representatives, congratulations, and thank you for being selected by your peers to represent them. And it was great speaking with you. Regarding Freshman Academy, one of the actions tonight is linked to what you just said. So it'll be, it's great timing. Before I begin, I know that sometimes in the board meetings we start moving around a lot. So I wanted to just ask the board members, do you want to take one picture in our school gear before we get started? That'd be good? Okay. You want to come in the middle there? Okay, all right, great.
This is South Orange Middle School MLK Club.
For us to capture that, it's always great to have the board members represent schools physically with their gear on the first board meeting of the official school year. We have two presentations for you this evening. We're going to start with Dr. Gilbert, who's going to share with you some important information. That's annual reporting of our self-assessment for HIB per the legal statute. Dr. Gilbert, the floor is yours.
Good evening, board. Dr. Taylor, members of the board, I'm here to walk you through the 21-22 HIB grade assessment. In October, we will introduce the 22-23 assessment that leads to the grades, and then the state will give us our grades, and I'll come back before you for the 22-23 grades. You can go to the next slide. This slide gives you the statute. The self-assessment is used by the district to determine, how we feel like we are implementing the anti-bullying Bill of Rights. The school climate team is the group that's required to help complete our self-assessment. And the information tonight, as I said, is the assessment for 21-22. You voted on the assessment last year, but you have not seen the grades. These are the grades for 21-22. In October, you will vote on the 22-23 assessment, and then in the spring, we will show you the grades for 22-23. Next slide, please. And also for the public's knowledge, the grades are also posted on the Access and Equity page on our website as well. So the anti-bullying assessment will look at the following criteria: our programs and approaches, our training, staff instruction and training programs, deals with our personnel, the school level and reporting procedures, and our reporting, and then some of these other factors that you see here. Each category is broken down in the indicators and through the 26 standards. Next slide, please. You can't see this, but you are able to see it when it gets on our website. This is just a timeline to kind of show you how this process is going and how it should flow. Next slide, please. So here we go, the scores. You can go to the next slide. So this is what you could get from 0 to 3 are the scores. Exceeds gets you a 3, 0 you do not meet, and then if you partially meet, you can get a 1, and then you can get a 2 if all the requirements have been met. The proficiency score that schools are looking for is at least a 52. So when you're looking at this, and the highest you can get is a 78. So when you're looking at the scores, 52 means we're proficient in everything. 68 means that we've exceeded everything in all of our requirements. Next slide, please. So these are the scores from 21-22. All schools, as you will notice on this side, are above 52. We have many schools in the 60 range and a few schools that are in the 70s, with 73 being the highest score. So what this slide tells you is that we are proficient in our HIB, but of course, there's room to grow in some areas. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Let me tell Suri. Suri wants to also be part of this presentation. Sorry about that. This is, I know the board always likes to see us gauge and look at how we've been doing over the years. That's what this particular slide shows you. At the bottom, you can see what our average over this 4-year span has been when it comes to our grades. And as you can see that we are consistently proficient in our work and continue to move forward. Next slide. This is Columbia High School's breakdown. If you all want to take a look at that, this is the scoring rubric. The total possible is on the left. What the school kind of assess themselves at is on the right. As you can see there, the scores are, the possible total versus what they can get. There's not much variance or difference there. This is Columbia High School. Next slide. This is Maplewood Middle School. Give you some time to look at that.
Hey, Dr. Gilbert, while you're pausing there, just for board members who weren't on previous conversations about this, we've used these scores over the years to tailor our professional development for the ABSs. If we hear that there's not enough PD happening or certain areas need support, we've used that to invest and plan for the following years.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. This is Psalms, South Orange Middle School. And if there's a number that you all, just feel free. I just figure you all can see that. Next slide. This is Clinton. Next slide. This is Delia Bolden. And as you can see across the board, the one number that we're seeing a lot of the self-assessments not meeting the total maximum is around the core staff instruction and training programs. We've been since I've arrived in May 2022, that's one of the things we've been working on consistently is making sure we get those trainings or put them in some kind of area where we're constantly helping them train on their skills. Next slide, please. The other area in some of our schools you will also see when these grades came out was just around the support for our ABSs in terms of investigating procedures. Some schools were performing better than others. That's also another area that we're really going to be looking at. Next slide. Montrose. Montrose is interesting in that they both have, Montrose captures not only what happens inside of Montrose, but also we have pre-K sites that are not Montrose that are part of our pre-K. We have an ABS who also services those schools as well, and those scores are part of the Montrose assessment. Next slide, please. Seth Boyden. As inconsistent with the other schools, you can see that score around the incident reporting procedures. Next slide, please. South Mountain. And the annex. So we do have to do separate reporting for not just the South Mountain, the main campus, but also the annex. Since there's a building, we report the numbers. We have to self-assess and report the numbers on that as well. Next slide, please. And here's Tuscan. All right, next slide. So what does all of this mean? What were we looking at? You gotta keep clicking so we can see the things in the areas. So Week of Respect, we're doing an outstanding job with Week of Respect. You're gonna hear in the October presentation, we'll be presenting to you on what our ABS, go back, there we go. The average increase, of our self-assessment is like 14 points over the last 4 years. So we're seeing a steadily increase in our school actual grading that comes out. So we are seeing some advances in that. And then all schools, again, another commendation, all schools are reporting, we are reporting or being scored as proficient in our practices when it comes to our HIB work. Next slide, please. But there are areas to grow, and growing is something that I think we all, if we reach a point to where you can't grow, then you have to have some concerns. And so This slide talks about what are the areas of growth that you're going to see, the things that we're really investing in to get better scores. Like I showed you, 78 is the top score, 52 is the proficient score. You saw we had a good range of schools anywhere in between that mix, really hovering around in the 60, 70 range. And so how can we help move those scores? Well, first, investigation timelines, really working with our ABSs to make sure we're meeting our investigative timelines, providing them support and the skills necessary to complete efficient investigations so that we're on top of that. Our teachers, staff, professional development, looking for those opportunities to really work with not only our ABSs, but with our staff around HIBs. So our ABSs just finished going through, our Director of Access and Equity just moved our ABSs through a real intensive training, but we just finished doing that with our principals as well, and our ABSs are now being equipped to give that training to their staffs. So we should probably start seeing a lot of more standardization and understanding around our HIB process all the way down, and then student learning opportunities. We are rolling out an official HIB curriculum this year where our students will be going through structured, approved lessons that point directly to kind of helping our students learn about HIBs and the importance of not bullying and how we can support our students. And so all of those things that we're putting in now, we should start seeing some increases in our scores. Next slide, please. So here are the goals as we look for 2023-24. We want to increase those professional learning opportunities. We want to increase our student learning. Our school climate teams are getting some support. Ms. Wabel will be supporting our school climate teams, and she's already begun that work, as our school climate teams are essential to helping build the types of cultures and climates we need in our buildings. And training and support for ABSs. We are supporting them along the way. We're working with those ABSs that need just a little more grooming and a little more support. And we're hoping to start seeing, like I say, higher grading when it comes to our assessment and assessment from the state and our grades. And I think that's it. Next slide. Yes, the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. Board members, I know that you're aware, having been on the board for a while, that this is always a tough topic. We always are trying to improve our reporting process, and you're always pushing us to give more precise information, and because we know this is a very important topic, and I just want to commend Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Wabel because they're bringing to fruition some of that job description when we redesigned central office around placing the HIB under cabinet members and removing it from our attorneys so that our attorneys could be a part of an official review and not the investigators. And so happy to take any questions that you may have on this report.
Board Member Malaspina, then Board Member Deval Wilson.
I want to thank you for your the information, and I want to commend you for following through on some of the requests that the board has made over the years, because I will be honest with you, for the past 3 years, we have struggled, that I've been on the board, struggled to get good detailed information and HIBs done on time and proper procedures followed. And this is the first time in my 3 years that I'm actually feeling hopeful that that might occur. Because it really, while we self-assess ourselves, and we have to remember this is a self-assessment, we're self-assessing ourselves good, I haven't fully seen that coming to the board in fruition in the reports that we have seen come back to us. We still have a long way to go, in my opinion, on how we are handling HIBs and making sure that we are doing everything properly in regards to them. So I appreciate that you are moving forward in a way that hopefully we can fix some of the issues we have.
Thank you.
Thanks for the report. I just had one question.
echoing what Alyssa said about streamlining the process and improving it and systematizing it, which has been an ongoing conversation this year. Obviously, there are some schools that are doing better than others, which you've already noted, but what I don't see in the goals is how the schools are sharing best practices together and not working in silos. So where does that fit into the goals where Clinton can share why they're so high, and what are those best practices that can be duplicated in other schools?
Right. So, or you finished? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay, thank you. As I shared earlier, so our ABSs have a beginning of the year training together, right? But then also throughout the year, monthly, they also have individual trainings where we come in and we talk to them. And that's where the opportunity lies to share not only best practices, but they get updates. And then that's how we also provide them supports. And so there is an opportunity for them to share and also and streamline, you know, what's working and what's not working. And we started that last year, and then this year it's even better. Ms. Wable brings them, you know, good examples. They did some scenarios. This year they did scenarios, and they will continue to do scenarios where they're seeing examples of what's happening and having an opportunity to talk about, is it an HIB, is it not an HIB, what are some of the things that you need to do. One of the pieces of the process that we have streamlined is when the HIB reporting comes, Ms. Wable gets it before it comes to me, before I even give it to you on the board report, where we're actually checking now everything that's being submitted. And if we don't have what we need submitted, unfortunately, it goes back. So as long as we're in that 10-day window for our investigation, they get the investigation done within 10 days, we're good. But we want to make sure that when the information comes, you know, we're not only making sure you're getting the accurate information, but we're actually getting best practices on what to do and what not to do based on that, and transferring that information to our ABSs so they can support one another and so we can support them to the best we can. All right.
Go ahead, Board Member Badlamani.
Is this document going to be made public?
So the presentation is going to be made public, and our grades are already made public. So the public can go to the Access and Equity website, and all of the grades from all of the years are on our website. So they can see the report card, and they can see what our grades are. Sure. It's already made public for them.
And next time, you know, for presentations like this, maybe can the board get a copy? We did? When was this? I'm sorry?
In the school board.
Oh, it's in the school.
It was a weekly packet. It was if we could get it ahead of time.
All right.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It's a school board, and
Well, anyway, okay, that's fine. So
yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That's good. That's even better, right? I mean, so this answer is good. So can we create a one-pager very similar to, you know, I've become a big fan of one-pagers because we have everything in one place to look at, similar to what we had for the settlement with the equity audit report, is that we have this really one good slide which shows points across years, you know, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, and you could have just one column on the side that says, what have you recommended for things that have gone not as well as the last year? Because I know you mentioned that, you know, you do professional development, you do, you know, you have recommendations to improve. Okay. So if the points have gone down, say it went from 50, 60, 70, 75, and now it's back to 60, okay, obviously there's a recommendation. So if you can put that recommendation on that page and make that public, so then what happens now is everyone knows about it. Okay. You know, it's in one place to find it. That would be very useful.
Okay, I got it. Yes.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Just one thing, board members, thank you for the feedback. We're also trying to, because this is an individual year-over-year self-assessment, right? We don't want to create pressure on folks to artificially inflate numbers to make their schools or themselves look great. It's a working document, that's all. It's not a final outside view of their work. So we're always just kind of careful to not unintentionally apply that kind of pressure to folks, because people can make mistakes when that happens.
I have a request for the weekly packages that we get. Can you maybe have some kind of a hierarchy in there which says what is important and what is not? Because we have 50 line items in there, and some of them are absolutely, well, they're all important, yes, but some of them are not as important as this particular document is, because if I'm going down the thing, some of them are press releases and so on. So maybe you can have some kind of a forced hierarchy which says, this is important.
So
That's not true. Everything can't be important.
No, but I do want to say, the district, it was uploaded into school boards. It's a private attachment as part of our board meeting packet of all the documents that we have to review. So it was there along with the weekly packet, which I think was just an extra step that the district took to give us the information.
I think the weekly package was from last week, not from this week. So it was done correctly, don't get me wrong. I mean, everything was done correctly. But the problem is with 25 line items, just seems like a very, there's a play school, whatever, there are a bunch of documents. Some of them are important, some not as important. So all I'm asking for is if you can force rank them based on your expertise, and that would be good enough. Thanks.
The other thing I just wanted to note is that I just wanted to thank your team, Ms. Wavell and yourself. Many of us participate in the HIB appeals, and I think when we've come back with feedback, we've already heard you're on top of it. I know this checklist that Ms. Wavell was talking about that you just addressed as well is something that she's been working on, and I know that in a forthcoming meeting, all of the collective work that you've been doing, which I know has been very labor intensive, will be presented to the board and to the community. So I look forward to that. But I know it's been a lot of work. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we'll continue to improve our Friday packets with feedback. So thank you for that. And maybe there's ways to highlight, and we're always working together to give you what you need. So thank you for that feedback, and thank you, Dr. Gilbert. And Ms. Wavell, thank you.
And Mr. Bonds, is there a way that you can show me how to get that link on my cell phone? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We have a visitor. We have a virtual visitor. Ms. Jessica Lamb from EOS, Equal Opportunity Schools, is here with us, along with Principal Sanchez. Hello, Ms. Lamb. How are you?
Good evening, everyone.
Great, great. I want to do a quick voice check, and Mr. Bonds is going to share the presentation while Ms. Lamb and Principal Sanchez give an update from Equal Opportunity Schools, which is a partner that we utilize and have presented on biannually regarding recognizing and promoting AP opportunities to traditionally underrepresented students. And so I'll give the floor to Ms. Lamb and Principal Sanchez, and we can share the presentation.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me and Principal Sanchez. Sorry, Principal Sanchez, I can't be there with you. So we're going to see how we facilitate virtually and in person tonight. I'm really excited to be here. I have been working with the district and CHS in particular for the last 2 years. So this will be the third school year we're going into. And every time I have gone to CHS, I got to visit for the first time this past school year. It was an absolutely fantastic experience. Can't say enough about how much district and school staff had allowed me to just visit classrooms, to be able to talk to students and staff and really get a sense of how do students feel about their classes and the opportunities they have to take advanced courses, and also their sense of belonging within a class and how that impacts if they choose to continue to take advanced courses, and what has also propelled them to take advanced courses. And so you're going to see a lot of this data throughout this presentation, and I'm going to do my very best to break down some of the data points for you, because there can be some dense data happening from all fronts. So Frank, do you want to say anything before we continue?
I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with Equal Opportunity Schools, and I thank us for working together. And Jess has been an incredible partner and really has worked well interviewing our students too. She not only has helped us with our data and worked with our counselors on how to use certain attributes of EOS, but she also, I think, just as a compliment to you, Jess, had a great rapport with many of our students in our interview process that we did with our kiddos. So thanks again, Jess.
Of course.
Ms. Lamb.
No problem. All right, we'll get started with the first slide. So just to give a little overview of what this presentation will be, I tend to talk fast, so feel free to tell me if I need to slow down. I will be monitoring that myself and using my teacher voice to project. We'll just be going through our partnership overview to see what this past school year, 2022-2023, looked like. Before I show you the semester grade report, which is specifically the spring semester grade report from this past school year, I'll show you what the student supports have looked like from some partner schools, as well as what I have seen can take place at CHS and has been taking place at CHS as well. All right, we can keep going. And for anyone who's wondering what is Equal Opportunity Schools, we are an organization based out of Seattle. I actually live in New Orleans, Louisiana myself, but our goal is to make sure that all students just have equal opportunities and access to the most advanced high school course offerings. So whether that is AP or IB, dual credit, honors, vocational, we want to make sure that students just feel that in their schools, they have an open opportunity to take any advanced course that suits their interests and what they would like to do post-secondary. All right, we'll keep going one more time. Okay, so this is just very broad, and I always like to start here by naming that students who take advanced classes in high school are better prepared for their post-secondary endeavors. And I always tell people, while that can include college, that also can include post-secondary pathways that don't include college. I always say, if a student wants to go into the military, there's nothing wrong with them taking an AP US history class or an AP Chem class, because that's something they're interested in. So I always say that students who are able to take advanced courses are just able to be better prepared for what they would like to do after high school. And this is just some information at EOS that we often talk to our partners about, of just how important access and opportunity are to students. So you see on the left, this is a chart graph of the percentage of students with varying AP and non-AP experiences who earn a bachelor's degree within 4 years. So you see if there's no access to like AP or dual enrollment courses, you see that's about 11%. And you see as we go further and further, whether that's AP or dual enrollment, that it keeps increasing to, if students are able to even just take an AP course, an exam, that already increases 10% from the bottom. And then if a student is able to just take AP courses and exams with an average of a 4 or 5 on that exam itself, see there's a 50% chance. And you see how greatly that increases with every access level that they have to dual enrollment or AP. And you'll hear me say AP a lot because of what CHS offers, but we work with schools that also have IB or AP and IB, dual credit, etc. And on the right, you see students who are scoring just a 2 or plus on an AP exam are nearly 3 times more likely to get a bachelor's degree in 4 years. Okay, so just the exposure alone to an AP class really does have a huge impact on your ability to earn a college degree, or probability to earn a college degree.
And Ms. Lamb, I just want to add that something that Columbia High School had not done before 2021 or 2022 is we did not offer dual enrollment classes. And so that's something that we instituted just 2 years ago. And so we wanted to make sure that that data was also part of this as part of what we collect, and also as part of our data that we also talk with our Black Parents Workshop settlement.
Yes, awesome. Thank you, Frank, for adding that. And that is true. A few of our schools, and I mentioned this to everyone, that advanced courses, period, are incredibly important. I think the prevalence of AP is one because you see them in so many of our schools, and dual enrollment or dual credit can look differently based off of your district or school. But all of those classes are incredibly important to students having that access point. And to be very clear on what the data is, we have not had updated information or data since the pandemic. So this is coming from 2018, but I always want to make sure that people hear this in terms of college completion, that there is a gap for Black and Hispanic Latinx students in college completion. So this is from 25 to 29-year-olds right now, as of 2018, who had attained a bachelor's degree or higher. And you see the proportions as you look across race and ethnicity. And you see that Black and Hispanic adults have the largest gaps. And this is for 25 to 29-year-olds who attained a bachelor's degree. And it is including 4-year rate and up to 6-year rate too, because I get that question. So it's even more important to think about if this is happening on such a systemic scale in society for adults, we have to think about what is happening within K-12 that we can fix, what we can control within our own school communities and our own districts to make sure that we are preparing specifically those groups and all of our students for college and post-secondary options. All right, so what did we accomplish? Let's go to the next slide so we can see some of this information. First, huge part of what we do, we can't do any of this work without surveying students and staff. So we have a student survey that we have that goes out typically every fall is when we do it. So I know you all just started school. I think the last couple of years it's tended to be around November to December. We also have a staff survey as well. So with the student survey, we like asking students, how do you feel about your classes? Do you feel like they're rigorous? If you've taken an AP class or dual enrollment, what inspired you to take that class? Or if you have not, what is your reason for not taking that class? Staff, it's a little different in terms, we really like to ask staff, how do they view rigor within the classes that they teach, the classes they do not teach? And how do they view students' opportunities and abilities to enter classes, whether they're advanced courses and core content as well. So you see here, 59% of students this past school year took the survey, 81% of staff took the survey. Our goal typically is 80 to 90%. And so I know that area growth for us this upcoming year is to make sure we get that number up into the 80s for students. And it's completely optional. So if there's a student who doesn't want to take the survey or the staff, they totally can do that and opt out. But we like having that 80 and 90% of knowing that we just have a strong majority of opinions and people being able to give their feedback. Keep it going. So who we identified, so with that survey, what we're able to do with the staff responses is actually identify students who had not taken, and this is specific to AP right now, but who had not taken an AP course before, but have an interest. They also could name that they have had an interest in AP, they have at least a 1.8 GPA, and I know some people like 1.8 GPA has been proven that if a student is able to take a advanced course of their liking with that GPA, they do have a high probability of passing that course. So that's why it's 1.8. Having one of our learning mindsets or having a teacher recommendation, and even if you did not take the survey, you would never be excluded from being identified and included in the list. So you can have one of those four, you can have all of them identified. That's how we receive that list. So there's 444 10th and 11th graders. The reason why we have 10th and 11th grade, because we know that those are rising juniors and seniors. And we know for that kind of second half of high school, that's really defined for seniors, where this is your last year of being able to take an advanced course before you're off. And for juniors, that gives you a good base of at least 2 years to be able to take a class. We also recognize that at quite a few of our schools, there are 9th graders and 10th graders who are able to take AP, but we have the data to include 9th and 10th, but we tend to go with 11th and 12th, or the rising 11th and 12th graders, to have that as like a baseline data point, which resulted in 195 students who are enrolled. And by that, you're probably like, what students? 195 students of color. The district does not collect socioeconomic status. So you'll see in some of the slides I have, you'll see students of color and low-income students, and that is not included in the district because of that income point. It's not there. So let's go to some graphs to make it more visual for you. So this is a part of the survey. We asked students, why were they participating in advanced high-level courses and why were they not? So we specifically asked with this question, students who had not been taking classes at CHS for advanced, straight up asked, why? What is that? The top 5 reasons have been across the board of my other partner schools, which are up and down the East Coast, very similar and common. Too much work, won't be successful, concerned about GPA, not enough support available, and not enough information provided. When I look at this, my teacher brain automatically goes to, these are all adult things that we can join together and figure out. For quite a few students, there sometimes is a stigma on advanced course, like it's too much work, it's going to be too hard, I won't be successful at this, which goes into those top 2. Concerned about GPA, with some of the insight cards I've seen from students. There are students who have a 4.0, haven't taken an advanced course before, and because their worry is that advanced course could potentially bring down my GPA for those initial top 2 points of too much work or won't be successful. So they tend to shy away or could shy away. Not enough support available and not enough information provided is always something that I give a lot of nuance to, because that is very personal to the student of why they feel that way. But I always talk to admin and counseling departments about that too, of even if you feel that you go into every classroom and talk about the course offerings, if you're a student who doesn't believe that you belong in those courses, you don't feel like that's information for you, or that's information that's specifically provided for you. So I
And
named
if I
that.
could just,
Oh, go ahead, Frank.
I'm sorry, if I could just add, Ms. Lamb, I thought, which was very interesting, when we had student discussions and talks, I tried to have Ms. Lamb in there with the students by themselves, but as I would pop in and as she would share with me, I thought was very interesting with the conversations when we had with our students of color, who sometimes, for example, said not enough information provided, but sometimes would say, you know, our teachers do an incredible job, have students who are taking the class, who have just finished, for example, taking this level class, go to the lower level, like I'm just giving an example, I'm not saying this was happening, but let's say English literature to English language. Just as an example, AP US 2 to AP US 1. Some students said, you know, I felt like sometimes the students that were selected didn't look like me, or were white students. I couldn't relate. And so that was something that we really thought that as Columbia, we were doing a really good job of our teachers selecting, you know, students to come in to speak to other students about what they're doing. And I thought those interviews with Ms. Lamb was great for us to then give that feedback to our AP teachers to make sure that the students that we've selected, that the students that we've chosen to talk to our aspiring AP students represented other students. Another thing I would just say, you know, the too much work thing is, I get it. Many of us here on the dais are parents. We have this struggle. I just had my daughter, you know, who's wrestling with that whole idea of taking AP Spanish versus Spanish 5. The drop deadline is this week in my school where my daughter lives. And we're going, I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez, but we're going back and forth in trying to make that decision. Now, again, my daughter has a couple AP classes. Our goal here at Columbia is never to say we want a student to take the 4th, 5th, or 6th AP class. What we're looking for is to ensure that students have the opportunity to take that first AP class as well. That's what we want to do, is we want to make sure students who may have 5 or 6 honors classes but don't want to take that's too much work fear, or I don't know if I'll be successful fear, to get them to take that AP class, that dual enrollment class. And so we really do appreciate our work with EOS and talking with our counselors. Ms. Lamb mentioned something I think was really important. She said the card, and what EOS does is creates every student who completes that survey almost as like a baseball card, if you will. It has the student's data, it has the student's GPA, and it also talks about who their trusted adult is, and then specifically their answer to those questions. And we give those to our counselors as we're making their schedules. So as the student might just say, I want to take these, I feel weird saying just these 4 honors classes or just these honors classes, then our counselors and/or our trusted adult, who might be other than the guidance counselor, can then talk to that student to see if you want to take that AP class. So I just wanted to interrupt there. Sorry, Ms. Lamb.
No, we're doing this together. This is great.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't agree more with everything that Principal Sanchez just said. And you see on the right over here of just simply, the students who are in these classes right now, some who I did get to talk to when I visited, when I asked them, like, what made you decide to enroll? And so you see the top 5 reasons there, with the top being, I plan to take it before starting high school. Also, the 5th reason is it's just part of the school culture. And I wanted to point those 2 out in tandem because I don't always see that that is a part of school culture, and I plan to take it before high school, fitting into the top 5. So just want to shout out, South Orange Maplewood, because that is a great thing to see that. The other 3 that you see, a conversation with my parents or guardian, a meeting with my counselor, a conversation with a friend, you see how all of those are relationship-based. So when Principal Sanchez is talking about trusted adults or their counselors can talk to them, you see how important that is, because that's the 3rd reason. That's the 3rd most popular reason. A conversation with a friend is huge. I always say this to my partners, like, the students who are currently taking advanced courses should 100% be talking to the students who are currently not, or might have some apprehensions about it. Like, that's how we break down different stigmas and barriers that students might have regarding their courses. I know Frank had mentioned interviews that I had with students. I know from my own experience, I took AP US History. That confirmed for me that I wanted to be a history major. I also was the only Black student in the course. So was that something that I was hyper aware of? Yes. And did I do very well in the class and on the AP exam? Yeah. Both of those are true. Both of them hold space together. But it's very important when we're thinking about why students are taking classes and are not thinking of what is the representation that they've seen and what in their minds are also considered this person might be an AP student. I don't know if I am. And for every time I've talked to a student, one of my own students, or talking at EOS, I always mention, what makes you think that? What makes you think that? Because I'm seeing on your insight card, you have all these mindsets, which lets me know that this course that you're interested in, I think you do really well because you're interested in it. So I can keep talking about this all day. So let's go to the next slide so we can keep going. Here's another great thing that EOS collects, which is students who are not participating in higher level courses, the specific barriers that exist. So this from 11th and 12th grade, historically underrepresented students of color who are not participating specifically to the barrier. And so you see the yellow and the blue are separated by race. I'll explain why also, because I get questions about that. So the reason why white and Asian students for this specific chart for CHS are together is because those 2 groups are the highest participating groups at CHS with AP, to make that clear. So the other groups that you're seeing for students of color is who are historically underrepresented, which at CHS is Black and Latinx students. Just so that way you understand why those are differentiated. So you see that the highest barrier is adult encouragement, followed very closely behind the welcome barrier. So adult encouragement, and I say this to all of the teams that I talk to, is don't be upset if you feel oh my gosh, they don't think there are students, adults in the school that we can't talk to, because that's not necessarily the case. Adult encouragement can include anything regarding a student's own personal experience with encouragement. And so what I always name is, that's why the importance of those insight cards where students are able to name who a trusted adult is or a study skills adult is really important, and especially working in tandem with the counselors. Also, I have seen insight cards where a student doesn't name any adult as a trusted adult or a study skills adult. And I always make sure that if I see that on an insight card, to bring that up to an admin to say, no, I'm noticing the student hasn't put in anyone. And I think that's worth having a conversation about. Also with the welcome barrier, that goes right into what we've mentioned, which is I don't have my friends in those courses. I don't really know the teachers in those courses. I don't know if I feel like I belong in such a class, so I'm good. The benefits barrier that you see right here on the left really speaks to not necessarily knowing the full breadth of, if I take this class, here are some really great things that can happen as a result. Maybe I now want to take this second AP class next year. Maybe that's my only AP class I take. Or that if I score, get a 4 on this exam, I actually could test out in school from this class, this core class I have to take as a freshman. General knowledge is just simply thinking, I'm not really sure what AP exactly is going to do for me, or what honors is going to do for me, or dual credit. School access really speaks to the actual system of applying or registering or enrolling into a course. So usually when students are saying the school access barrier, they're just thinking it feels really opaque, or it might feel a little overwhelming. I'm not really sure what are the streams I need to go into to make this happen for me. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the result of last year's work that I just need to shout out the district team that I've worked with and the school team. And I'm going to try to zoom in myself so I can see the picture a little better to give you some context. So the blue bars that you're seeing by race and ethnicity to your left here, so you see right here, this is a snapshot from really this point 1 year ago of who was enrolled in AP courses. The green, and this was taken at the end of the school year, so this is a snapshot from June. So the green is what is expected right now that we're in the fall. We're gonna get a new chart and new data that gives us the exact numbers and the exact percentages in the next month. But coming from June, this is kind of the before and after, if you will, of what this looks like. So looking at each racial and ethnic group you can over here, and you see that every group has had an increase. And I want to specifically name that the two groups that have the least amount of access at CHS last year and the year before, which is the Black and African American students and Hispanic Latinx students. You see that there is an increase respectively for each of them. So we see here, this is going from 36% to 44% for Black African American students. And we see for Hispanic Latinx students, we went from 53 to 57%. So in totality, the amount of students in color who are going to be or should be in classes at CHS this upcoming year in AP went up from 45% to 54%. And specifically those numbers here, this time last year is 181. This time right now should be 195 students. Frank, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I want to give a pause there.
Well, I just want to say that I think that's attributed to our AP teachers who have really spoken to our students. I think our partnership with you and our counselors' work. And I will say also that although we are having more students going into AP, we are not seeing the rigor go down. As a matter of fact, in 2023, we had 246 AP scholars. That's more than 20 or 30 more than we had the year before. The average for AP scholars was about 3.9 and now is an average of 4. So not only are we increasing our AP students, we are also increasing our students' average. So and the ones that are doing really well in AP. You know, I have an AP teacher here, I'm not going to say, but we look as supervisors and administrators at our AP scores. We ask our teachers, of course, to go and look at the data. College Board does an incredible, gives incredible information to our teachers about what they score, what their students scored, and how they scored. I was a former AP teacher, and I would look into I taught AP Government and AP European History, and I would look at exactly what century my kids did better this year than last year, multiple choice versus free response. The teachers have that, but there is no pressure from administration on teachers about their scores, you know, looking at the exact number from one year to another. What we really want is that idea of welcoming students into the classroom. And I will say, that although we are proud, extremely proud of the number of students that are in our AP program, and of course the results that they're getting, we are also looking at our last month's report from Dr. Fergus, and we understand, and we have already made some talks in the faculty meetings to talk about some of the student discussions about tokenism and some of the student results from those specific surveys too. But this is a whole picture, and I want to just say that we are proud of these numbers, but we know we can still continue to increase the numbers by also increasing the environment as well for the students who are taking that shot and that chance. So I just want to say thank you, Ms. Lamb, for pointing that out.
Oh, no, I want to say thank you to all of you. And to, like Frank's point, like rigor does not decrease at all when you provide access. When providing access does not decrease rigor, it actually increases it. As a teacher, I've always said that a rigorous classroom, when there's not a diverse array of lived narratives and experiences and learning styles, is not rigorous. And I think what this is showing is just how CHS is dedicated to it. So let's keep going. We got a few more slides left. I want to make sure of this. So this is also really showing what you just saw in the last slide, but just simply for this fall. So these are, again, the racial and ethnic group breakdowns for the percentage of each group that are actually enrolled in AP. Okay, so this was coming from June, so there could be some variance as course enrollments, finish, and just like Principal Sanchez mentioned, of like drop period, et cetera. So the goal participation rate last year was 50%. And so you see that 4 out of the 5 groups passed or surpassed 50%. And the Black African American group was almost there at 44%. That 13 that you're seeing in the gray means if 13 more students from that student group had enrolled in the AP class, that would have hit the 50%. So that is what that means. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is a slide and data that I truly can spend a lot of time on, but this is showing the top program courses for students of color by the just sheer number of students enrolled. To the right, the top right over here is from highest proportion. The bottom left over here is for first-time takers. And the bottom right is showing for first-time takers who are only taking one course. Okay, so there's some differentiation for each of those. Okay, so having this, I won't voice over too much. So I think this is important to always see in terms of what are trends, what are we seeing, and where are there opportunities for growth.
And I just want to point out that 2 years ago, when we first found out or first heard about AP African American Studies, it was a program that just basically was coming out of Columbia University. I think there were like 12 or 14 schools that were going to be part of it. I had a couple other people call to try to be part of that, and it had just started, and we were closed out. But when there was another opportunity for this year to be in the pilot, not only were we calling, they called us. College Board actually was very impressed with our numbers, our growth, and we are now a College Board National Recognition Program award-winning district. And they came to us because they specifically, although we were knocking on their door, they specifically wanted our district to be part of this. And so it's incredible, and I want to just thank the board for supporting this, as well as Mr. Whitaker for taking on this program. It's and our students who are taking it without AP credit. I just want to stress that because it's a pilot, these students, unfortunately, will get from us, of course, we will do that. We will give them AP credit for their GPA, but they will not receive, they will have to take a test, but this is just a College Board rule. Anytime they pilot an exam, they do not give AP credit to students. But we have nearly 30 kids who want to be part of this and are taking it. And we thank Mr. Whitaker for doing that part of the training, and we're really happy about piloting. And that, again, this is just because it's a pilot. That's the reason. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go to the next slide. And this is just,
May I, before you move forward, Mr. Sanchez, the piloting program is really wonderful of the African American Studies, but it certainly won't be a pilot in the South Orange Maplewood School District at Columbia High School. We had a teacher who spoke here last week at the board meeting, Mr. Gaines, who talked about him teaching African Studies here for a number of years, and also Columbia winning so many African American national titles that they began to have all of the preliminaries for the state here in our school district, and we won nationally 3 or 4 times back to back. So it won't be a pilot here.
No, you're absolutely right. I was just saying, because it's a College Board pilot, that they want, unfortunately, these students will not get the credit, is all I was saying. But thank you.
Well, that's not what I heard. Thank you.
all right, thank you. So just to show this student growth so EOS had actually worked with CHS back in the 2012-2013 school year. So that's why you see it the data going all the way back to about over 10 years ago now. And so I wanted to show this to just illustrate the growth that you see for each student group, and also name a point of growth as you see that for both Black and Hispanic Latinx students, while their numbers have grown tremendously, respectively since 2012, 2013, there's still a gap here if I'm looking at my student groups. And so that is something that we need to pay special attention to in thinking about with student outreach and student belonging in the classrooms, what that looks like. If we can keep going to the next slide. And this is just even making it more clear of just the two groups that have had the least amount of access to see what the data has been since that 2012-13 school year and going into the course request for this fall. All right, next slide, please. So this is going to be the spring semester grade report for new and experienced AP students. So you heard Principal Sanchez give some information regarding a summary of the grades. And so I'm actually going to go to the next slide for the sake of time and to kind of give some more information here. So what you're seeing is a few different columns here. So the total 11th and 12th grade students for each school year, 21-22, you'll see over here. Then we have number of students passing one or more courses, the AP courses we were mentioning. This is a percentage of students passing one or more course and the average course grade. Now, this is coming from the district and wanted to make sure it's noted, if a student's taking a class that's pass-fail, they will not be included in this data. Also, there is always usually a small number of students where there's not enrollment data immediately available when we get this data, which is why sometimes the numbers do not completely total out. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But really the columns to focus on, I wanted to show you, which is the percentages, which breaks it down, and the course grade averages that we saw. So you see this 92% for all 11th and 12th graders, and then we have it segmented too for students of color who are first-time takers and students of color who are experienced takers, which means they've taken an AP class previously. And we see the same too for white and Asian students as well. We see high percentage of passing one or more course. And you see the course GPA as well. And I know people are probably looking and saying, I am also seeing that there are some differences here, which there are. I often look at for first-time takers, the experience for GPA with AP and the passing rate as well. And just to note, remember, pass and fail is not included in this. But I always note this because often when we're talking about this, it's often mentioned, well, what if the majority do not pass, which I have heard people say before, and that's not the case at CHS. And more specifically, there's another slide that we're going to go to. If we can hit that next slide. There we go. This is showing by subject or grade or area. So the green and blue bars are showing like first-time takers and experienced takers by GPA by content. So that way you can see a even more specific look of just straight up, if you're a first-time taker, if you're an experienced taker, what some of the averages have been. Okay, just want to give some wait time so folks are able to see that. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, now I want to go to this next slide, which is showing from 21-22 to 22-23, which is letter grade distribution for students of color. So for first-time takers, you are going to see the blue bars illustrating it by the school year. So for first-time takers, the light blue is for 21-22. This dark blue is for 22-23, who received an A for this spring semester that we just had. Now the green bar, you're probably wondering, what is that? This green bar is referencing the letter grade percentage for experienced takers. Okay, so this is for students of color who are experienced takers who are in the green bars here. And first-time takers are represented in these blue columns. One thing to note is that if you're looking at the grade distribution, which I often am looking at when talking about students entering advanced courses, you see that the vast majority have A, B, or C. Now, one thing I did note is that while the amount of students who have a D went down 1%, I did want to take note of this, just because while that's a small number, that's 6%, like 5 grades roughly, that is something that I just want to see and considering pandemic. I know there's context I might not have school-wise, but I just want to make sure that that is noted and just reflected on as a whole. And that this is one, as I give you this course letter grade distribution, as well as GPAs and et cetera, that it's really important. I meant to name this a little earlier, is that this is one part of looking at AP participation and belonging for students. And I wanted to make sure it's considered that when we're looking at test scores and quizzes, I had written this down in my notes, the course grades are influenced by the culture and environment of schools. And that Claude Steele, who is a researcher, education researcher, they researched the stereotype threat, and that students of color are uniquely influenced by racialized dynamics and cues, and how that really responds and ends up being that it can undermine performance by taking over valuable kind of energy when you're in such spaces, which is why the support systems that exist within a school and the education that exists within a school is incredibly important for students. Could we go to the next slide, please? So I want to go through this kind of quickly, but this is just to show a couple of incoming students from AP, of just showing what they're interested in, and also seeing that, hey, they had a staff recommendation. Here are their program interests. Here are all the mindsets that the student has. Here are some of the reported barriers. And this is a great student who is going to be an AP now. I'm going to keep it going. This is a quote. I'm going to have to skip some of these for the sake of time, but this is a quote from one student that we have from the survey who is a rising senior, a senior right now, who was mentioning about their own ability regarding grades and how they felt. Okay, and we're going to skip over a couple slides. Sorry, everyone. I just want to make sure for the sake of time, we can answer some questions for you. Okay. Go to this one.
I just want to say, just with this student, I just, it's great that we share this with our faculty and our staff members, these interest cards, not only with our counselors, but when you see a card like this, and I know this student, this is a student that I, probably would say hi to 2 or 3 times a week during lunch duty or what have you during the day. You read a card like this and you sit with that student then during lunch and you say, hey, what are you thinking about for next year? What are you thinking about? Hey, what about this AP class and this student specifically AP music theory or something to that effect based on this interest card? We had a great conversation, and then to see that student take that class was just awesome. Just to see that magic happen, and that just someone, and I love the idea that the trusted adults you see are 2 faculty members here. I know they talk to them too, but that's just this ability of doing the surveys and then being able to have that at your fingertips, whether it's administrators or teachers, really makes some really special moments, and the students just light up when they know you know about them. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Lamb, for that opportunity.
Oh, of course. And I just want to, we'll keep it going. I think there's a couple more, and I may have to skip a couple of them. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to skip this insight card for time, because I do want to make sure this is also a rising senior, a current senior. Reason why I made sure these quotes were included is because it's optional. Students do not have to give a quote if they do not want to. And this is me as a teacher. If a student is willing and wants to tell you how they feel or their words, you need to listen and pay attention to them. So wanted to make sure those quotes were included. But yeah, we can go right to this next slide. Just how to provide and what are we doing to provide support for first-time takers. And so these are some, and this is a non-exhaustive list, there is more of what is really important for students. I am going to highlight a few of them. One is making sure students are involved. I know there are students right now who are board representatives, and I always say students should always be at the forefront of leading outreach and being able to have their voices heard with this. Thinking about student mentors for first-time takers. Students who are really worried about advanced courses need to be able to have the face time and the actual time to talk to students who have done it before. A lot of the interviews I was doing with students, I recall going into I think it was US Gov, class and talking to a few students and asking them how have you felt? What was your first few months like? And one student, I think they are a senior this year, had mentioned, I was kind of going through it. I was afraid to ask folks. And I was like, what would have made it like more fun for you in those first couple months? Because they're doing great. At the time that I visited them, they said if I was able to like talk to someone who just taken the class before, made me feel better about that first unit, because that first unit was really getting me, that's crucial and that's incredibly important. So that's what I'm talking about, those student mentors, those student-led study groups. I always said first-time taker cohort convenings, like make it a big deal for students who are entering first time in an advanced course, like have settings for them to talk and convene that builds up that like positive association, and also just a place where they can just talk freely. I always mention to schools, just always looking at what is the drop policy, what is there an amount of affirmation that students and families get to have and take in terms of transparency and how it goes. I always mention this too for first time takers, like being able to receive check-in touch points within those first 60 days of school, especially in conjunction with the drop policy. I know that can look very different based off of the school or the district, but it's so important that students are able to have those touch points. This is another which people have opinions about, and that's okay. It's thinking about homework redos and exam retake policies. That has been something that's been proven to help students. And that is something that I always mention that people should always be able to have conversations about and the philosophies behind it. We can keep going. And this is regarding kind of EOS tools, period, and how they work in conjunction with what is happening already at the school. So trusted adult conversations, you saw on the insight cards, faculty can be named. This past year, I emailed faculty and let them know specifically, you were named as a trusted adult. You can log into Portal and see who those students are. The ability for insight cards to be utilized by trusted adults, faculty, admin, and by the counseling department is huge, because that is a lot of information that you can receive that might take a lot longer to receive if it's not in an insight card. For example, there are students who put on their insight cards like, oh yeah, like sign me up. I'm interested in this class, sign me up. Now, some schools really do that. They're like, yep, we'll sign them up. Others might not do that, but the guidance team can have a conversation with that student like, hey, I saw on your insight card that you said you were really interested in just being automatically signed up for econ. Is that still something you want to do? Do you want me to include anything, or do you want to have a conversation with anyone before you do that, or are you good? And you see how that can help move the conversation along with students. Like I said, student-led recruitment events, whether that's like a showcase, class visits, student panels. A really nice touch I've seen is family notification letters, like letting families know, hey, your student took the survey, they're interested in taking this course. Here's some mindsets that were included in that. We had some teacher recommendations, like really hyping it up and making it the accomplishment that it is, and the opportunity for students to do their thing and show out their intellectual curiosity in their content. And also this last one, which has just been being able to hold like outreach events for first-time students, returning students is huge. I always believed as a teacher that families are immediately impactful in students' choices and their mindsets and thoughts about school and classes. And so I believe it's really important that families have the transparency and all the opportunity to engage and ask questions. So that was a little longer than I wanted to go, because I know y'all have a meeting, but I want to leave it here for any questions that you might have for Principal Sanchez and myself. And I would do my best to answer what I can. And I might have to refer to you, Principal Sanchez, if there are any questions I can answer.
Thank you so much to you, Jessica, and to you, Principal Sanchez. Our first question will be from Board Member Wingfield. Then I saw Board Member Malaspina, then Dr. Telesford, and we'll see.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lamb, for the presentation, and also Principal Sanchez. I just wanted to lift a couple of things up from the presentation, and then I have a question at the end. So Principal Sanchez, first and foremost, I really appreciate that you interjected and mentioned that the point about maintaining rigor as we continue to increase enrollment. I think that it's often suggested with initiatives like this where there's an effort to increase underrepresented students in enrollment in advanced courses that there is a potential to compromise the rigor or the integrity of the course of the curriculum itself. And I think that initiatives like this prove that that just isn't the case. So I appreciate you drawing that point. I also appreciate you mentioning and sort of crosswalking a little bit with the report that we all heard a couple weeks ago from Dr. Fergus. I think that that's a really important place for us to dig into at this point in our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools, because I think that EOS's mission around increasing access and enrollment is a really important one. And it's also really important that the data showed us tonight that as we as we allocate intentional resources to our underrepresented students, our Black and Latinx students, and we create a program and partner with somebody like EOS that is very, very unapologetically driven by that mission, that we also saw enrollment for our white and Asian students increase as well. And so as we are working to support a particular group, we're not taking anything away from other groups in the process. And I think that's something that I believe Dr. Fergus mentioned, and it's important to note that this data proves that to be true. But I also appreciate you mentioning the tokenism and other sort of anecdotes that Dr. Fergus shared around lack of belonging in our AP courses, because I think that at this point in the partnership with EOS, it's a really important piece to dig in on, because as we continue to increase enrollment for our Black and Latinx students, we need to simultaneously ramp up our efforts to understand what they're experiencing from a social emotional standpoint in those classes. And I think that many of the anecdotes that were shared in Dr. Fergus's report were extremely concerning, because students are clearly feeling the pressure from initiatives like this to step up and take the challenge, and are finding themselves oftentimes in those classes as one of only, and often finding that to be a really less than positive experience. And so a couple of things I wanted to ask about, or sort of encourage us to dig into. One is the really valuable data that we're gathering from students in these student insight cards around trusted adults, because I think we've talked for years on this board about the importance of leveraging relationships as a key indicator of student success. And I know from my own personal professional work in New York City, one of my job responsibilities for a number of years was to head up this partnership with New York City Public Schools. And what we often found when we dug into these insight cards in a massive way is that the names of trusted adults were actually representative of a very small pool, and that those names repeated themselves over and over and over and over again. And so while you may have a faculty of 500 staff members, the number of names that showed up on those cards was actually very, very small. And so I don't have personal information about how that plays out for Columbia High School. I saw that play out across about 110 schools in New York City. But what I would encourage us to do is to look at that, not only to see how big is our pool of trusted adults, but also who are those names that are showing up on these insight cards again and again and again, and how can we create a community of those teachers to come together, a forum, a roundtable for those folks who show up again and again and again to share what exactly it is that they do intentionally, and where we need to start digging into where that's not happening. Because ultimately, if we're sending our kids into classrooms with adults who, either intentionally or not, are not doing those things, I think that we are having sort of one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake in terms of many of our efforts. I think the last thing, Ms. Lamb, I wanted to just pose to you as our partnership with EOS is maturing, is I know that Equal Opportunity Schools back in 2018-19 did a huge survey and body of work around student belonging and produced the report Measuring What Matters. And I know that some of that showed up in the report at the very end, as you talked about a couple of just policies and procedures that really help kids experience success. But and I'll send this to my board colleagues, and for the public, this is available publicly on the Equal Opportunity Schools website. But as you look at the 5 indicators of belonging, some of them are a lot less technical in nature. And so when we talk about what it means to cultivate classrooms that center culturally relevant teaching, that really center the identities of the students in the classrooms, not just the majority of students in the classrooms, when we create classroom communities that are where students actually feel comfortable asking questions, where not only students are in a classroom where the teacher believes they can do well, but their peers believe they can do well. And then also classrooms where teachers are engaging students in really healthy and productive conversations about race. Those don't show up necessarily in regulations around retake policies, right? Those are, to me, bodies of work that I think our district and our high school could probably use some real support. And so I think my question for you, Jessica, is where is EOS in its ability to provide some professional development or to perhaps work with some of these trusted adults who are showing up again and again and again to leverage the wisdom and the skill that already exists at CHS to try to create a more coherent and cohesive experience across those AP classrooms?
I am so glad you mentioned that. One, to answer your question of what you said about staff, I completely agree. And I've seen examples of that. I wanted to make sure I gave you all the data point that I know Principal Sanchez, you know the total amount of staff within the high school. Overall, 103 staff members were named as trusted adults this past school year. Just wanted to name that.
200 faculty members.
Okay, so 103 total is what I saw on the cards themselves. And I'm glad that you mentioned that because with phase 2, which is the phase that CHS is in, there's actually 4 workshops that are included in phase 2. Last year was hard because of our model with visits, and this year I'll be visiting at least 4 times, which is great. So what will happen is there's actually 4 workshops that are directly connected to each of those different tenets that you named. So talking about what is student-centered teaching, what is culturally relevant teaching looks like, what is actually the, not just the ethos behind student belonging in courses, but what does that look like beyond just having the student in the class itself, because we know that that is not necessarily going to be correlating to student belonging. So there's actually 4 of those workshops, which is great because I'll be able to work with Principal Sanchez when I visit in terms of if I get to do it by department, if I get to do it by admin and then staff, and we'll be able to figure that out. But that's what I personally enjoy a lot about phase 2 is that usually phase 1 is we need to take the survey and kind of get our base down. Phase 2 is really about when you have students coming into your courses, you have to make sure that you are creating the environments that actually allow that. And it's not just simply them being there, but what are the things at hand in terms of collaboration or student voice, or actually students being able to name and be in a space that feels good and rigorous to them.
And I'm sorry, Board Member Wingfield, go ahead.
I just want to say that the workshops you're describing, I hope that all CHS teachers have the opportunity to participate, not just AP teachers, because the kind of classrooms that you're describing where students feel a sense of belonging, feel encouraged to really take on challenges, would, I think, especially connected to what Dr. Fergus said, would really benefit the experience that we hope to see for all students, not just in AP classes.
Absolutely, and every workshop or PD session we brought Ms. Lamb in or EOS was for the whole staff. And that's really important because we have incoming AP teachers, right? But also, I want to thank also our senior leadership team and Dr. Taylor, specifically outside of EOS, but it's going to be folded into this EOS. We have an equity team that's being formed this year. There's specific things that we're going to be talking about when we do our equity walks to look at classrooms that will have students as well as faculty members looking into best practices of culturally responsive classrooms. Not just curriculum, but the actual room. And also, just so you know, the trusted adult data was used outside of AP. So I want to thank Mr. Carrig and Rocio for working very hard in a sidebar that we hope that you will support for our freshman huddles. So even our earliest students, when we're looking at our teachers who will be part of the freshman huddle who will be part of these programs. When the teachers volunteered, we also used that data of trusted adults to see who we want, who would be best representative of that. So a lot of this work is really beyond AP. It's about Columbia, and it's about our student environment. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for the thorough presentation. I appreciate it. There was one thing that we had asked Dr. Taylor from the CNI committee that didn't seem to be in the presentation, which was a accounting of how many children start AP in the school year but do not finish it, so that they might want to, they start out but then drop down. And I don't know, we had actually reminded you about that and it still wasn't in there. So I'd like to know when we will be getting that information, because I think that is important for us to understand.
Yeah, that's very important. And also Dr. Taylor made me aware of that. So thank you, Dr. Taylor. We have new data coming in the next month, which is for this school year, because we do know that between the end of school year going into the summer and with drop policy, how that can change. So I can answer your question two ways. One, for this year, is like right now, a snapshot should be available in a few weeks where we actually do provide an attrition report. I remember speaking to Anthony, Director of Guidance, last year, and what we're trying to work on is making sure that the date that the attrition report is actually ready actually reflects when the drop policy occurs. From last year, he noticed this is still a little behind and not a real snapshot of what it's like post drop policy and et cetera. So that's something we're working on for this year to make sure it's relevant. Now, with the actual semester reports itself is harder to do, honestly, because there are students who are taking more than one course. So it's multiple grades. So the attrition report is actually the best way to do kind of a side-by-side comparison. I will also name that the guidance department also has the most, I would say, updated information. So that way, along with the attrition report that we'll have available, hopefully by the end of the month for sure of October, but to kind of have that alongside with guidance to be able to cross-check and make sure that students from transferring in or transferring out and any drop policy can be accounted for.
Great, thank you. So we'll be looking for that soon.
Yes, I did make that request.
Yes.
All right, thank you again for that presentation. I guess I have questions. Like I looked at many of the top courses, and I saw that most of those courses were the humanities. So I'm interested in understanding what work are we doing in the high school to increase the numbers of low income and students of color in the math and sciences?
So unfortunately, most AP courses are in the humanities, right? So I just wanted to point that out. For social studies, for example, I think there's at least 9 social studies courses as opposed to how many math courses we offer. So that's just one element. But to get to it, computer science is something that we're really focusing on as a course to increase in our STEM numbers. In addition to that, we are making some changes in our science program to have students feel more comfortable in joining the AP. For example, AP Chemistry, we're asking students to actually, a lot of times the students came back to us letting us know that they had no experience in chemistry before that say they would take AP Chemistry, and then they felt that their scores would be low. In many high schools, you would take chemistry honors first and then AP Chemistry. So we kind of started that as an aspect to an idea of a track that if we change some of the honors courses that go, not that you have to take honors, but some of the pathways before you take an AP. Right now, we're also considering to add AP Pre-Calculus. It's a brand new course that College Board is offering. It started this year. We didn't sign up the first year. We wanted to see what it looked like because AP Physics 1 was something that College Board had offered about, I would say, 10 years ago. and they would say it was in lieu of physics honors, and the scores were very low across the state of New Jersey and across the country. So right now, our STEM supervisor is looking at kind of like revamping the ages that students take some of these science courses. So predominantly, it was biology, then they would take physics, and then they would take chemistry. But it wasn't like physics first. I think sometimes you might see some school districts do a physics first, but no math. We weren't offering that. We were offering physics, but with a math that they would really need to be like in, to take Algebra 2. And that might not be where they were when they came here. So we noticed that a couple of years ago when I got here, and our new STEM supervisor has started that change this year. So I think with that, you'll start to see more AP Science classes. We're really pushing, as you know, last year, we created not created, but really reinvigorated our career pathway for TV and studio and video. And our goal is to do the same with computer science this year. So now we'll have 4 years of a computer science program. Students can take an intro course their first year, or if they're very competent and can do it over the summer, they can go to AP Computer Science Principles as a freshman, or AP Computer Science A as a sophomore, and then we have already a next class after that, which will be cybersecurity. So that's one of the goals that we're doing. Something I think that is important is that we've been blessed with a very supportive HR department. We've hired more teachers of color in the past 2 or 3 years at Columbia High School. And as we do that, we have more AP teachers of color. Our AP Computer Science is a great example of that, incredible scores. And not just of color, but also gender is something that we focus on there as well. So those are things that we look at, but I do think that unfortunately when you see the extra numbers is because there's so much more humanities courses that are offered by the College Board. So that produces that slant.
Yeah, I would also add to what you were, your question, and an answer to that is I went back to look at the courses that had the highest proportion and the most popular. And on the most basic level, typically, yes, humanities do offer more sections, but also I've seen the stat recently of just Black and Latinx students are grossly underestimated in terms of going into the math and sciences. And there's many studies that go into why. One big thing is just, and I think, Frank, you're talking about how you're kind of trying to rectify in terms of courses and kind of their sequences, is often math, sometimes science as well, but math in particular. If there's been tracking, if there's been anything in middle school that kind of can section students off by math, can have gravely not really great results for Black and Latinx students, because it just becomes much more difficult to get into an advanced math course if it's had such a rigid structure, which I have seen at many other schools and have had to have conversations about. You can't tell me that Black and Latinx students don't like math, and that's the reason why they're not in there, because we know that's not the case. So interesting thing about CHS is that for the sciences, so AP Bio, AP Chemistry, AP Environmental Science, and AP Physics 1, 2 out of those 4 classes, so the AP Chemistry and Environmental Science, are 2 of the 5 courses that have the highest proportion of students of color, both of them at 45%. AP Bio is right underneath that, was 43. The lowest for the sciences currently is AP Physics 1, algebra-based, at 30%. Now with math and computer science, so science, there is a representation that is not translating right now to math and computer science. So the highest representation of students of color in math and computer science currently is AP Stats at 32%. The lowest is AP Calculus AB with 19%. AP Calculus BC, AP Computer Science A, and AP Computer Science Principles are all in the 20%, respectively 23, 27, and 26%. So I think that what you're saying, Principal Sanchez, I keep saying Frank and Principal Sanchez, is important in terms of thinking of how curriculum and structuring, and that goes also into outside the high school, into the entire district of looking how that's been, because that is something that historically happened in many districts, which then, of course, is the reason why you're seeing a lot less representation of Black and Latinx students in math and computer science. So I'm glad CHS is not having that in sciences, but in math and computer science, that's incredibly important, especially considering if students want to get into fields that are heavy math and sciences and you're going to college, that's a lot of other core contents that you have to take once you get to school. And the financial implications that can have for students as well.
Absolutely, with computer science. Dr. Telesford, I just want you to know we work with SOMS, our robotics team. We want them to actually work at the high school. So we offer them our lab. So, and specifically, they have a girls club as well, like a specifically girls team. And that's something we really want to push so that those students feel comfortable at Columbia High School. They come back to Columbia High School, and we push that part of our curriculum too. So it's been a very fruitful partnership with SOMS.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Okay, hi, thanks for this great presentation. So I want to know if the supports that are listed on slides 29 and 30, which of those, if not all of those, are being implemented in the school or plan to be implemented in the school. And one of the things I'm zeroing in most on is the family outreach and supports, as we just saw that a quarter of students are inspired to take AP because of their communication with their families, and 55% of students said that they did not take an AP class because of adult supports. It was not delineated between teachers and staff and parents, but we could assume that parents are part of that 55% reasoning. So I'd like to know which of the items on those slides are things that the district is doing and or plans to do in the future. Thank you.
So I have those slides in front of me. They're not on there, but I just want you to know that trusted adult conversations are happening, how we use our survey lists. Is that the slide we're talking about, right? Is happening as well. Student-led recruitment events happen every year as well. The family notification letter signed by trusted adults we have not done yet. And specifically on the next slide where it says student receiving a check-in is happening next week. So that's something new that we're doing specifically this year. We don't have summer camp we've done for the past 2 years based on student interest. So that's the first bullet, right, on the next slide. Some classes, though, this year didn't run just because we didn't have enough students, but we did offer it for free, and so we thank Curriculum and Instruction for that. We do have, when it says AP Honor Stool Student Ambassadors, we have something we call AP Core, where we have students kind of running what's it called, a study groups. Ms. Hicks facilitates that. Student mentors for first-time takers. One of the things that we really pushed for this year, this is happening, is that we have Ms. Hicks supervising, as you know, she's one of our MAC counselors, but she's also this year now running National Honor Society. And so the National Honor Society meetings were just held for the first time last week, and these are the things that they're talking about, and to get service hours specifically. Student-led study groups, again, we mentioned this. One of the things that I was mentioning before when we talked about having more teachers of color teaching AP classes, what we then see too is what we really want to encourage is more TAs. I was just thinking my daughter has she's a TA this year. It's something I've never seen before coming here, but my daughter has one, she's a TA as well. Columbia High School has a real rich tradition of TAs, teacher assistants. So a student has taken AP US History 2, they're a senior, and they're going to, instead of going to a study hall, they're going to help one of their former teachers as a TA. And what that does is, I don't know if any of our students here have had classes with TAs, our student reps, Asa or Gwen can kind of talk about that. When I observe classes, I love it. It's to see that type of relationship, and it would be very helpful if we see more students of color as TAs, and I think that's where Ms. Hicks has been very important in leading that. So yes, we have student-led study groups. I just want to point that out. First-time taker cohort convenings, we have not had that yet. We have looked at our drop policy, and yes, we have made changes to our drop policy. And then student receiving a check-in touch point within the first 60 days, we're actually doing it the first 30 days. So I just wanted to point that we have not done a homework or redo exam retake policy.
Great. Also wanted to add, so I'll be visiting at least 4 times this year. So one of the things that I will be doing while I'm there is continuing to talk to staff and students and see like what are the systems that we currently have, what can actually be done. And with your, specifically the family letters, EOS, we actually do have templates that schools can customize to their liking to help take the lift off if there's a kind of a sense of, oh my goodness, I need to create this letter and et cetera. We do have templates so that way it's easier for admin and staff to use them.
Just one quick, thank you for that. That was great. And then specific first-time taker family outreach event, that was the only one you missed because I was keeping track. So just curious, is that, yeah.
That was on the second page. No, we have not had a specific first-time family outreach event yet. But I think that sounds, yeah, we can definitely work on that and do that. Thank you.
I definitely have some partners who have done similar work and know some other PDs where schools have done that, where they've always been gracious in sharing what that's looked like, their plans and logistics to make that happen.
Yeah, and just so we did do that with students, though, last year. We had panels, and we made available students to come in the Black Box Theater to talk to students about AP class, but we didn't do it with parents.
Where did you have, where was this held?
The Black Box Theater
Black
during.
Box Theater?
Yes.
I thought the school was closed. Okay.
Yeah. No, during the
school year?
during the school day, actually.
I just have one quick question and then, because I haven't had to ask a question yet. So slide 20, it showed the percentage of 11th and 12th grade students of color and low-income students who passed one or more courses decreased from the 2021-2020 school year from the percentage in 2021-22 to 22-23. Do you have any insight as to why we saw a decline amongst, and it was for both the first-time takers and the experienced takers? It's slide 20, I believe.
What year was the?
It's slide 22 for seeing the percentage.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yep.
Oh, no, you're fine. Just, yeah, that's the percentage of students passing one or more.
I'm saying what year was the high? 2020?
The high was 2021-22 for first-time takers, students of color and low-income students. It was 92% in 21-22, and then it was 77% in 22-23.
Can I chime in?
Oh, okay.
I think I heard the answer from out there as well. I think that the number of takers grew significantly. Is that what, because in the parentheses there are the. Right, yeah.
I could look into that too, because what we do when we look at the AP scores specifically, sometimes their statistics or data might be that they'll tell us how many students have 2 tests, how many students have 3 tests. And so what I have seen sometimes in different years is if we see the percentage of students going from 2 tests to 3 tests, let's just say on average, right, 2 tests to 3 tests, the score might go down because obviously they still have 2 weeks to have, let's say, 3 tests as opposed to 2. There's still 14 days to study, right? And so what you might see is a decrease in that. So although what you're saying is we see a decrease of passing. What we don't see is how many times, does it say that you're just taking one test?
One or more.
One or more. So I would have to do is I just have to look in the College Board data. That might be revealed in there. What we do see, by the way, too, just nationwide, the peak of test scores was 2020. And perhaps because students took it at home that year, I don't know. But, you know, obviously in May of 2020, students were not in school and College Board tried to make a hybrid exam. If you could imagine, tests, when they make a College Board test, it takes like a 3-year process of field questions and things like that go into it. They had to create a test that year that only went to 2/3 of the curriculum. And so they were kind of doing it, you know, flying the plane, landing the plane as they're building the plane or whatever it is. And so that was the year of the highest test scores probably in the last decade. So we always take 2020 and,
Right.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah, 21. So I have to just look into that.
Madam President, we'll get the answer to that for you and put it in the upcoming Friday packet. Thank you for that question.
No, thank you so much. And
What's the slide number again? Is it slide number 20?
22, right,
22.
Jessica?
22. Yeah, 22. You're okay.
Great,
You're
thank
okay. And the only thing I was going to add is it has been interesting because I see this for every partner school and district I have. And what I have seen for quite a few for 21, 22, 22, 23 is still this where I've asked them personally is like, I only have like my inferences I can give versus school context. And people have continued to name that year with COVID and just kind of trying to get things back to their kind of feeling of being on track can look a little different. So I don't want to put anything out there of that, but it's been interesting to hear different schools and how they've had to look at that data.
I would just say, just one quick glance at it. In that second row, for a number of students passing one or more course, the number of first-time takers definitely went up significantly. That might impact why the percentage of those passing went down because, of course, as we wanted, we expanded the universe, but we'll give it more of a look as well. Thank you.
Okay, one more question and then, okay, well, let's let Board Member Badlamani, if you have a question and then, okay.
All right, so I did have a question about the programs that the school is using, but I guess you did give that list. Can we have, I guess, some participation rates, not like right now, but is that something that you can start recording so that we can understand how many students are actually participating in those programs? And I guess what can we do if numbers are low or see how well we're doing within those programs? Yes, so things like student mentors and the check-ins, how many students are participating in those programs?
So my question's about the student cards that you have for, you know, for display here. You have a couple of cards that are for the students. So my question is, do you have one for every student who in the high school?
Every student that participated in the survey.
Okay.
I will see too.
Okay, so then
I'm sorry, oh, go ahead, Ms. Lamb.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, so inevitably we saw like 59% of students took the survey, right? So there's a significant portion of students who did not take the survey. An insight card can be generated. Now, the difference that you will see though, is that if a student didn't take the survey, what you'll only see is what was really generated by the districts providing data. So for example, a STAR reading score or GPA, or if they had a teacher recommendation, even if they didn't take the survey, like that can appear. However, all the other information of like, if they took the survey, a trusted adult, or if they didn't list a trusted adult or their course interest isn't present. So everyone who takes the survey, you get an insight card and that's populated. And if you did not take the survey, you can still get a card generated for you. It's just not going to contain all of that information because, you know,
right.
You didn't take the
So
survey.
I guess my recommendation would be to.
Sorry, my other thing is if a student did not take the survey at all, and like it was because a parent did not want them to, that will never be generated as an insight card, just as a caveat to add.
So, I mean, I would assume that our goal is to have 100% of the kids have a card, because, I mean, this is a great card, because in one snapshot, I mean, without even knowing who these people are, and by reading this card, I can say who is more inclined towards one, whatever, STEM, humanities, want to take AP, don't want to take AP, trusted student. So I think this would be very desirable for every student to have one. I mean, I don't know how to do that. I mean, that's a different problem. I mean, that's where the experts come in. But it would be fantastic to have one for every student, not just people entering, wanting to take AP and only 59%. Obviously, there are, if parents say don't take it, that's a different thing. But I would assume that would be a good goal to kind of strive for.
No, absolutely. It's about, we have to balance instructional time, and what we try to do is, we do find this to be very valuable. Unfortunately, I believe that whatever week we set aside for it, there was an issue, I don't remember what it was, but we like to do it in a class, like everybody in English class does this today, right? And that's the goal. And so this year we plan to do it in a specific class. We worry about survey fatigue, and that's why we've said, hey, we're only doing 2 surveys a year. It is EOS and then our SKY or NJ Sky or our climate and culture survey at the end, and that's important for us. So yes, and I will say to Ms. Lamb's point. Those students who had, very high test scores and who met a certain criteria, even though they didn't do the survey, but they demonstrated AP potential, is what we call it, right? AP potential. We still use that data provided. We just didn't know what their hurdles were that the card provides.
Okay, thank you both so much. We really appreciate your time, Ms. Lamb, and thank you so much, Principal Sanchez. Have a good night.
Bye. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We're now, go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
No worries. I have one more presentation, just joking. Just joking, no. Thank you, board members, for your patience. We know it's a very important topic. And next we have, that concludes my report. We have Mr. Burnside, who may have a few business administrative reports.
Good evening. I'll start off with the construction update. For the South Mountain Elementary and South Mountain Annex schools, the contractor is completing the punch list, and the new boiler at the South Mountain Elementary School is going to start up tomorrow. And then the new boiler for the annex is scheduled to start up on October 13th. At the Marshall School, the steel has been erected, and they're currently installing a second floor decking and roof deck. The masonry wall installation has begun, and they will begin installing roof drains next week. At Montrose, that's still scheduled for summer of 2024. And at the Columbia High School, the demolition in the B wing is completed. The rough-in of electrical and piping for the new B wing science labs is underway, and the demolition in the pool area has begun this week. And tonight, we have the award for the Maplewood Middle School and South Orange Middle School construction. And that's going to be for Bennett Construction Company. That's all I have.
Board Member Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I just had a couple of questions regarding transportation, because you didn't cover any of that. I'm just curious when the board can expect to see a capacity report that includes how many buses, the tiered routes, breakdown of students on each bus, total number of routes. I know that obviously it's a moving target, as you have made many, many improvements, although I know there are still a couple that still need ironing out, but I just think knowing when we'll get that would be helpful. And then I think one thing that I would just love to understand, not for tonight, but for the future is, you all did so much work going to the Board of School Estimates to get, the funds to increase transportation. I would just like to understand how we plan to track and attribute transportation costs based on III school assignments just so that we can better understand the financial impact of transporting students as part of the initiative. I know, as I understand it, we are now also transporting students that aren't part of III, but the assumptions made on the grades that they're in could help kind of parse all of that out. I just think that would be important for the board and also the community to see at some point.
So, and Dr. Taylor, you feel free to disagree. I think October 15th would probably be the best day to start taking that snapshot in time and start looking at the capacity reports. As you know, we're still adding children every day, and I think hopefully by then it'll settle down.
What was the number you said we were at now?
Oh, yeah.
The pre-K class,
It's either,
480 something?
yeah, we're right now at 487 extra students. Put things in perspective, that's an entire school where nobody walks. That's a lot of kids to transport. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I would just add for the triple I question, so part of, when I saw that question, part of my thought process is that usually the OWS group generates their end of year report early spring, where it has so much specific data around kids, distance, and all those things that would help us to give you a better answer than we probably could with just the data that we have currently. We can give you an estimate based on where we are now, but a check-in in the spring when that report's complete, or request that report is done earlier, they hold the report because they're still adding kids all year long.
No, and I appreciate that. I think that would be more of like a longer term solution. I wouldn't obviously expect it tonight, tomorrow. There's so much going on with it, but I think, because I know that data is going to be coming from many different sources, right? ALVS Group has a ton of that. And then, you know, thinking about how we triangulate the data from PowerSchool, Versatrans, you know, I'm certainly not the expert in that, but I think as II continues, we continue to add more students and also continue to transport more students. I think it would like to really understand the financial implications of what, you know, where we're sending students and, you know, how much money we are also asking our taxpayers to
100%. I think that that's a great planning tool, especially when we're year over year, right? We keep on pushing kids out the 12th grade, and whoever they're backfilled with will be possibly new, well, not possibly, there'll be triple I students who may require transportation. So it's definitely a good idea.
And I just want to say, adding on to that, thank you, Regina, I agree. We should have a way to track that in-house so that we're not depending on our outside consultants who knows how long we'll have them. I don't know. Also, I'm just curious, you said Bennett Construction is being awarded MMS or our middle school. I'm just curious, did that come in at budget, under budget? How are we doing on the budget?
So the base bid was $20,967,000, and the budget target number was $21,350,000, so it was under by $383,000, which allowed us to award the alternate for $500,000.
Board Member Wright.
In regard to transportation has me all twisted, because if we still had our bus drivers and our bus fleet, we probably wouldn't be experiencing the lateness that we're experiencing every day. Nothing has really changed in terms of what we're doing to transport our students. But the thing that's curious to me is when you brought up the fact about the financial implications. I was wondering how our Board of School Estimate even got involved in our busing situation, because it's an expense item, not a capital item. And I'm also trying to figure out between Rocio and the superintendent, who said, I was told that the teachers' union negotiated the dismissal of the bus drivers, and you said that it was not, but I know that the drivers are an expense item. So here we are making bad decisions, bad mistakes, and I'm totally confused. I left the board, I came back, and I'm looking at this, and the financial implications are serious. And look, we're paying a whole lot for this failure, because that's what it is. And I can't, these children, listening to the parents talk about their children, first experience on buses, first experience in the school, it's a terrible thing. It's and I'm just totally confused, especially knowing the situation of buses and what's happening in the country, that we would get rid of a perfectly good fleet of buses and excellent drivers who have driven us for years and decades without a hint of a problem. And if they were taken care of. This is egregious. And we're sitting here like it's nothing. The house is on fire, and we're asking if we smell smoke. And I'm tired of making that analogy. We have to do something more.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Okay. I don't know who raised their hand first. Board Member Badlamani, and then.
And I need to seriously push back against this diatribe, okay? I mean, we are transporting 500 odd children more than what we did last year. This is a success story. This is not a failure story. Yes, there are a couple of bus routes that are not doing well, and we've added new bus routes. I don't understand. You cannot have, it's like saying, you know what, we've added a brand new high school, and on first day, everything is working fine. It's not going to happen. Let's be realistic about what's happening here. It is not like we have infinite number of people analysts sitting out there building spreadsheets in the transportation department. It's like one person. Why don't we increase that? Maybe we should allocate some more money and hire 3 more people there. Let's do that. So, you got to admit when there's a success, it's fantastic. We should applaud that. There are 500 more kids getting busing now than they did last year. And hiccups? Sure. I'm not denying that. There are hiccups, of course, guaranteed. There are buses that have never got on time for the last 10 days. And we should fix that. But saying that the whole thing is a failure is like, that's just ridiculous.
I need to push back a little, Arun. There has been it's very upsetting to hear how things have gone, and we all understand that things take time, and nobody is expecting for the first day to be that all children are there, but for it to be now day 20, what are we up to, 15, 17, 20, and we still have buses that are not getting there on time, getting there to and from on time and parents' work being, and we're losing children, like we lost a few children. Let's be honest here, this has not gone as well as we should, and we need to acknowledge that and apologize for the mistakes, and we need to hold the administration accountable for what has occurred. And as I mentioned, I believe that we need to, moving forward, we know that transportation is going to be a problem every year. At the beginning of the year, we're going to get a lot of phone calls. To only have there are 3 staff members, not 1, in transportation, but to only have 3 staff members, when we know that this is an issue, we need to make sure the administration should be putting more people down there on a daily basis until the rush happens. We do that for registration. We need to start doing it for transportation. And it's got to be a whole hands-on deck approach, because right now, this isn't good. I don't know how anyone could sit up here and say that this is good. This has not been good. And I think we owe an apology to the people who have suffered. I mean, I relied on the bus with my child for years and years and years. And I couldn't, if this was the situation that was happening, I wouldn't have been able to work in our own district. I would have been late every day for school because of it. So I do think we need to make sure that we are doing better and I think people need to realize one other point I want to make. The Board of Ed doesn't control busing. We don't control who makes the routes. We don't control a lot of the parts of it. And I'm not saying we're not owning it. I'm owning it. But what I'm saying is we don't control that. That is on the administration. We're not making routes. We're not doing that. We're not involved in the honest to God day-to-day operations. But what we can do and what we should be doing, and what I will say that I commend us for doing, is being as honest as we can with the people about what's going on and pushing back against the administration when it has failed. And I will say that I appreciate that, you know, President Whitletter and other members have really pushed back.
So I just don't want to draw too much attention, but at the same time, this is not an appropriate forum for some of those comments that were made, particularly about the administration. There's a separate forum for that, an executive session, and so I'd ask everybody to not go into that area going forward for the rest of the meeting. It's just not appropriate to have a discussion like that out here. If we want to talk about personnel, there's an easy pathway to go about doing that, but this is not the area to do it in.
Right, and I just wanted to make the point that we cannot make any sort of qualified statements about bus routes unless we're looking at total number of bus routes, how many of them are on time, how many of them are late, then we can say something about that. If we're going to look at one or two and then say that's what is success or failure, then we're missing the forest for the trees. And then what we as a board should be doing is when the administration puts up people for, I guess, appointments to help out with transportation, then we should be in support of them. That is probably what we as a board own. And when we don't support the administration when they're trying to do that, then we own any sort of hiccups that we see with transportation.
Questions for Mr. Burnside, not statements from board members, but my question for Mr. Burnside, so one thing that we discussed in FFT was regarding the transportation department scheduling time with the bus drivers to make sure that they're acquainted with our staff, that they understand what the standard of expectations are. I know that that meeting was not able to occur prior to the start of the school year. Can you confirm that we do now have a meeting on the books for our bus drivers to meet with the transportation department?
No, I can't confirm that. I don't think it's been scheduled yet.
Okay. And then the second question I have is, because we didn't discuss in the FFT meeting, do we have an update just regarding the status of the federal audit?
So we're still getting requests for more documentation. I believe it was just last Thursday. I just sent 4 more documents. It's still in process.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Burnside? Okay. Seeing no further questions, we will now move on to the board president update. So the board would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations once more to Asa Glassman on being sworn in as the student representative for the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. We're excited to collaborate closely with both Asa and Gwyneth to create a meaningful and positive impact in the lives of our students. So thank you both for being here. I know it's late, so if you do have to leave at any point, feel free to do so. This month, our schools are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to recognize and appreciate the rich culture and traditions of the Hispanic community. The South Orange and Maplewood School District has witnessed a growth in our Hispanic student population over the past several years, which is truly exciting. The board is fully committed to supporting the needs of this community through our policy initiatives. The board is encouraged by the work of the district's Access and Equity team and recognizing that our diverse community should be celebrated each day and not just within a designated month. This team has developed resources that help our educators bring culture, stories, and perspectives into the classroom throughout the year. So thank you for that. Next week is National Banned Book Week, a week that raises awareness about the importance of intellectual freedom and the right to access diverse literary materials. This evening, the board will vote on adopting a resolution that reaffirms the board and district's commitment to upholding every student's right to read. This resolution aligns with the advocacy efforts of the New Jersey School Board Association to enshrine every student's right to read in our official policies through the Delegate Assembly.
We wholeheartedly understand the ongoing delays in our bus services, and we share the frustration that both families and students are experiencing. The board has encouraged the district to provide urgent and timely communications to parents regarding solutions and for swift resolutions of the issues. The district sent out an email today that the transportation department will work through the weekend to make the needed adjustments to the affected routes. The board is committed to ensuring that all students arrive and depart from school on time, and we are hopeful that the forthcoming changes will achieve this outcome. This evening, the board, with the exception of board member Malaspina due to her conflict, will vote on establishing a Fergus Implementation Committee. During our special board meeting on September 18th, we received Dr. Fergus's final recommendations from his equity audit report, totaling 23 initiatives that the district must implement by August 2026. This represents a significant undertaking, and the board is committed to taking the initial steps towards accountability for this important work. The Fergus Implementation Committee, composed of the entire board, will play a crucial role in overseeing the district's adherence to the BPW settlement during the 3-year monitoring phase. Dr. Fergus's recommendations serve as the foundation for building systems, support structures, and behavioral changes that should improve the learning experiences and academic outcomes of our students of color, and over time, help to narrow the achievement gap that has persisted within the district for far too long. This will be a collective effort that will take the full engagement of every stakeholder in the district, and it starts at the top with the board. I hope that the board will vote unanimously to support the formation of this committee. Please allow me now to read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period is limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. Thank you. So, Rocio Lopez.
Hello. Hello, how are you? Rocio Lopez, SOMEA president, AP Spanish teacher, and many other things, right? I'm here today I wasn't gonna talk about transportation, but I might after what I hear, because I gotta say, if the board members were told that we negotiated that, I think somebody's lying, and if not, there wouldn't be, a case in PERC that went all the way to PERC and all the documents that are there, but hey, I don't know what they tell you. That's, I can only tell you what I know. SOMEA will never negotiate any of their members out. I wanna say that clearly. And if I need to show my t-shirt, I still have the hope that we're gonna bring back our transportation, because it's a mess. It's a mess. You're losing kids everywhere. Parents freaking out. Kids even having accidents in the buses because they're too long. I mean, the kind of things I heard, it's horrible. And you know the worst part? I cannot call anybody to see what's going on. How can we help? We have pride. SOMEA people has pride. And you're taking us for granted. You all are taking us for granted. And I'm gonna tell you why. And this is what I was coming to talk. Like 2 weeks ago, Dr. Fergus came here to make a presentation. And when I came into the room, they told me I couldn't sit down in those chairs because they were reserved. Look how I feel. I'm about to tear. I come to every board meeting. I represent the largest stakeholder that are with the kids, and I didn't have a seat reserved for Somea. I saw the president of ASCA. And you talk about access and equity? I don't know who made that decision, but I was not invited by central office. I was invited actually by James Davis that told me, we're gonna have this, and I said, don't worry, you know I go to every board meeting, and you know I'm not lying. I'm here every board meeting except when I'm in Spain. Even in my way to Spain, I stop here. So that's what I'm gonna say. Stop listening to the people that are telling you outsource, bring cheaper things that are not working. The schools are beautiful, we're giving all these things. It's not true. Things are not true. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid. We are the people one-on-one with the kids every time. We are the ones that tell you the truth. We are the ones that suffer with the kids when we're missing something. We are the ones that clean our classrooms when they're dirty. And we take pride of it. And when you don't know many of the deals and the issues that are happening in the district, it's because we're taking them over and we're fixing it. What is the only thing that has been working? When you walk in a room and the teacher is teaching. That's it. Walk out and you see that nothing else works the way it's supposed to work. So I don't want to get upset, but what happened 2 weeks ago is embarrassing. Somea was the only people that was not invited for something so important and the disparity. We're educators. We're educators, for God's sake, we're educators.
Thank you, Rocio. Why Patterson? Like why period Patterson? Okay. Tara Abdenshine.
I don't know how to work. Is it on? Okay. I'm Tara Abdenshine. I'm a Clinton mom. We're new to the school. We have a kid in kindergarten as well as a kid who's in his first year at Montrose, so a pre-K student. We live near Montrose, but we are roughly 2 miles away from Clinton. So we're a busing family, which we are very grateful for. Both my husband and I work, and my husband is disabled. So this sort of household structure cannot flourish without a reliable morning routine. We're on the gray bus route and are the 4th stop among, I don't know, I want to guess, 15 to 20 stops. I don't know that for sure. Today was the 15th day of school. So in theory, we've had 15 days of school, 15 bus rides home, and 15 bus rides to school. Of those 15 trips, not a single one have the kids arrived on time. And to hear you say that that's a success is disgusting. My kid, they're arriving 20 minutes late at a minimum, and some days, this Tuesday included, they were over an hour late to school. This does not affect just busing kids. Teachers are holding instruction while they wait for the buses to arrive, therefore making this a problem for all kids. We know the start of school is an adjustment. We know this takes a bit for the bus to become reliable, but we're 3 weeks in. There's no positive trend indicating a potential end in sight. One instance I'd like to share, this happened last week. My child was dropped off on an entirely different road than where his bus stop is. We couldn't see where the bus was going. We didn't know he was dropped off. The only reason I knew is because I got a call from someone to tell me that my kid was home. The bus had never arrived. I was with another adult. We had to chase the bus down to get to the other child that should have gotten off the bus with my kid. Not a success. I also want to call out that this is the same day that the bus was seemingly lost. Children were on the bus for 90 minutes. Parents towards the end of the route had no idea where their kids were. We have no way to contact the driver in an emergency. The driver has no way to contact us in an emergency, nor the aide that rides the bus. And because the bus had departed Clinton, the school was not responsible and couldn't give us an update. It was really scary and quite frankly dangerous. not a success. We have had 2 mornings where the bus hasn't shown up at all, leaving families to scramble to get their kids to school. Families are busy. I mean, many of you are parents. You know how it works. You know how crazy the morning routines are. Like I said, we need structure to flourish, and you're taking that away from us. For you to say this is a success is just disgusting. You're hurting families. Our lives exist outside of the seemingly endless bus drama, so my requests are as follows. We need clear communication. How can families be made aware of delays? We can't keep standing at bus stops for over 30 minutes in the morning and again in the evening. My husband is disabled. We just can't do this. We need more efficient and timely routes. Get the buses to school safely and on time. I grew up on a bus. It wasn't a problem. I don't understand. So my question to you today is, what is actually needed in order to get our kids to school safely and on time? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person up is Jeffrey Bennett.
I had a prepared speech, but I'd also like to address the board members who have displayed a lot of indifference to the problems that people are going through. First, board members have been criticizing superintendents for the 12 years I've been observing this board, including criticizing superintendents for things that are totally beyond their control. So if you say that a superintendent's conduct is unacceptable in something, or that he should apologize, it's par for the course, and it's happened before. We do have problems with buses being late. Those are very significant, and they're unacceptable. But there are also problems which aren't exactly lateness, but it should also be addressed. Like some kids are on buses for literally an hour each morning and afternoon. Some kids are picked up at 7 a.m. That's not acceptable. You also have kids who are just below the distance threshold who aren't bused at all, and their parents might be under a lot of stress. There are also messes here which are directly related to the transportation department. For instance, like we have a lot of reports of bus drivers not being given routes. My route has been on time this year, but we did have one day with a sub, and the bus was 20 minutes late because the bus driver wasn't given a route. There's also no communication. That's also a direct transportation problem. We've been told that almost 500 more kids are riding buses this year, as if that's overwhelming. But we should bear in mind that last year the buses had over 500 empty seats, and we've added at least 11 new buses, which is the capacity for over 1,000 students. There are causes here which are underlying. Like we do have a hard job. Versatrans does make routes, like it's all over their website that they can make routes. But sometimes they have a problem because the routes they can make have to be very inefficient because of how the III assigns students. Presentations on the III have always emphasized the home to school distance, which is important. But what also matters in terms of busing is not how far kids are from their school, but how far they are from each other, i.e. kids going to the same school. Think about it. It's easier to bus kids who are 2 to 3 miles from a school, but clustered near each other, like the old Marshall-Bolden process, than it is kids who might only be 1.5 miles away, but who are north, south, east, and west from their school. Hence, routes must be long, and kids who are only 1.5 miles from a school might end up with 4 miles of bus riding, which can take an hour. What also matters isn't just the riders, but how many stops there are. And when kids are at low density but going to the same school, you can't consolidate stops, and you're forced to have a lot of stops that might just have a single child. The III placements also create a tremendous number of transportation dyads, since every school has kids going there from every single neighborhood. Using last year's kindergarten placement data, I could see that of the 20 possible dyads of the 5 schools, we had kids traveling 19 of them. Hence, you have to do things like Montrose and West Maplewood kids who are going to Clinton are on the same bus, even though Montrose and Western Maplewood are not near each other. We would have even more transportation dyads this year, now that Bolden has a kindergarten. In this, the Board of Ed has made its share of mistakes. You guys outsource the rest of our transportation department, which is what other large suburban districts don't do. They have a mixture of in-district and outsourced transportation. Also, I don't think the board did due diligence with pre-K busing, and there may be very large resources going to that. We've been told that the district added 11 buses, but we don't know how many of those are for K-5. I think the BOE should do some due diligence on that. I also think that the board has allowed the superintendent to blame this on bus tiering, which is not really fair because the schools that start at 7:58 are also late. It's also not really fair to blame this on a new bus company because Bel Air buses, which we've used for a few years, are also often late. Anyway, in looking at the underlying cause of the busing difficulties, I ask you to look at our III placement pattern and see if you can reduce the number of dyads. And,
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. The next person that we have up is Sarah Kanishevsky.
Hello, I'm Sarah Kishinevsky, and I live in South Orange. I'm a first-generation immigrant, and so is my husband. We love the Soma community. I grew up in a working middle-class neighborhood, and one of the few ESL, was called ESL back then, kids in my school, and the only one who spoke my first language. I did not speak in school for my first year and was held back a year in first grade. However, I formed many strong friendships that carried over from my neighborhood to my bus to my school. Slowly, my anxieties melted away, and the social fabric allowed me to become confident and overcome my fear of speaking English. I loved my growing up experience, and I would not change a thing. I was a shy kid. What if I had been assigned a school that was where no one was from my neighborhood and put on a bus with kids I did not know, and that bus was unreliable and stressful, and my parents were unable to drive me to school? Would I have formed those bonds? Would I have overcome my fear of speaking? My immigrant parents, working long hours, would not have complained, and I could have ended up on a different track. Unfortunately, stories like these happen in Soma with many different types of families, but they're underreported by the people who are most affected. We moved to Soma a year ago, a place known for its strong community that tackles inequality head-on, which really resonated with us. Today, we heard about some amazing strides being taken in Columbia High School with passionate teachers and education administrators to help students of all backgrounds feel welcome, part of a community, and encouraged, which results in them excelling academically. Through the III, our daughter Hannah was placed into Clinton. We adore Clinton's teachers, staff, and families. However, Hannah is the only first grader in our neighborhood to go to Clinton. She has no commuting friends in her grade, no school friends in our neighborhood, and we, her parents, have no backup carpool, no neighbors to check in with about first grade questions. This year, a year later, we are fortunate to receive a bus. However, the bus has been unreliable and takes 45 to 90 minutes. It's scheduled to pick us up between either 7:13 or 7:23. We don't even know what time. Meanwhile, the school across the street, which also is our bus stop, Marshall, starts at 8:45. Perhaps this early bus boarding start time is preferable to some families, but our family has 2 younger kids at home at this time, a later workday, and as a result of this, has trouble making it to the bus by 7:23 or 7:13 for a 7:58 school start time. On behalf of the Soma community for all backgrounds, we as parents have compiled 2 requests for Dr. Taylor and the BOE. Better communication as you work through this and in a better commuting situation. For the communication part, that if a bus is going to be more than 5 minutes late, an administrator emails families within 15 minutes to let us know that the bus is late. A weekly transportation report listing reported issues and how they're being addressed. 2, shorter, more efficient bus routes. The traffic will continue to get worse as the II continues. So first, review the Clinton and gray-purple bus routes and change or recombine the routes accordingly. And the parents can do this if you guys don't have the staff to do it. An option to transfer to the nearest school if in place of bus placement for like transfers. Most people probably won't choose to transfer, but if a few people transfer, it will lighten the bus load and make routes more efficient. And last, kids living near each other, micro neighborhoods, all going to the same school. This simplifies bus routes, keeps community, and makes backup carpools possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes in-person public speaks. We'll now move on to virtual public speaks, and the first person listed is Vanessa Sneed.
That community member is not online.
Okay. The next person is Christine Vada.
That community member is not online.
Shannon Cuddle.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, thank you. I was having tech issues. Thank you, Keith Bonds, for your support. Thank you to the Board of Education tonight and for hearing, accepting the report of HIB My comments tonight are brief, but they're also with Dr. Gilbert giving his remarks. I'm just so glad I had the opportunity to speak to our district last month, and also in my capacity of the chair of the New Jersey Anti-Bullying Task Force. I do want just to highlight a few things. One, which is the Anti-Bullying Task Force for New Jersey is holding a hearing, public hearing for folks on October 4th. That is going to be in person in Trenton at the New Jersey DOE main office building, and also on October 5th, which is virtual. Folks can sign up for both. You need to register by October 2nd. It is vitally important that folks are able to give their story of self, explicitly talking about students and other community members and stakeholders that are impacted by the bullying. Recent updates of the ABR implementation from 2019 and 2022. So I really want to highlight that. And for us as a district, I also want to be able to highlight that within our district, that we are going into October, which is Bullying Awareness Month. The first week of October is mandated as a week of respect, and all school districts in the state of New Jersey are mandated to have activities for a week of respect. But also within that regard is the fact that it's mandated under law that all school districts are supposed to have anti-bullying training, not just for our staff and ABS and other admin, but also for students, and that encourage us to consider that. And I know that came up in the report tonight, and I just want to say that that is not a one-time thing. This has been required since the law has been implemented. And I also want to say that if folks want to give anti-bullying testimony, stories of self to the state task force, you can give that to the ABTF 2023 at doe.nj.gov. If you need to email that to us as well. And I know, and I thank the school district and Dr. Taylor for getting out the outreach. And
Thank you very much, Shannon.
Caitlin, as you as board president, to ensuring that we get the information out to students and families about the upcoming hearings, and that's important. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Liz Callahan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi there. My name is Liz Callahan. I'm a resident of Maplewood, parent of 2 kids in our district. And I wish I could be there tonight in person, but unfortunately I am a little bit under the weather. So it's been a week and a half since the presentation by Dr. Fergus regarding his latest report. And I know I've been reflecting on the results and recommendation, and in my role as a candidate for the Board of Education, speaking with community members about its findings. As I've said in the past, it really is a privilege to live in this active and involved community that expresses so much concern in terms of equity and educational excellence for all. And there are a lot of folks in our community who truly want to see something done to meaningfully change these trends. So I'm pleased and encouraged to see the work that is taking place on tonight's agenda with regard to the Black Parents Workshop settlement, and the more important context being that it puts us on a path to address the opportunity and outcome gaps that are endemic in our district, especially for Black and Brown and Hispanic students. The creation of this committee devoted to focusing on compliance with the settlement is a useful start, and I'm here tonight, if not virtually, to encourage you to take advantage of this moment to make the most impactful change you can as soon as you can. We know with regard to this settlement that we have had a 3-year runway to achieve it. However, we also know that we have decades of disparity and equity in our rearview mirror. But in our present, we have an active public conversation right now about these findings and the road forward. We know that we shouldn't be surprised by them, but they are still shocking simply by virtue of being again reminded of the way our school system keeps producing these results. It seems increasingly likely that myself and my running mates, Shayna and Will have the opportunity to join many of you on the board in January. And if that comes to pass, we look forward to joining with you in this critical work to collaborate and ensure we have thoughtful, intentional work being done that will generate the systemic and sustainable changes that facilitate the long-term results we all desperately want to see. But right now, you have a strong public mandate to take dramatic and meaningful steps to address these systemic challenges, and we encourage you to seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and feel better.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Principal Irby Hill.
Good evening. I am Lynn Irby Hill, principal of South Orange Middle School, and the president of ASCA. I was originally coming to the board meeting tonight to speak on the Fergus report, but I will save that for next month. However, I do have to speak on transportation. Whoever it was that said that transportation is a success is completely out of touch with reality. And I want to thank my colleague Rocio for speaking about transportation and the parents. I have asked my principals to email me whenever there are transportation issues. I get them daily. We have elementary school students who are not being picked up from their school until 4:18 in the afternoon, almost an hour after their school has let out. Students are coming to school late, sometimes 30 minutes, 45 minutes, they are missing instruction. And I have to ask you, who is on these buses? Some of our most fragile children. We have transportation issues. I have homeless children who have not attended school because transportation has not been provided for them, and it is almost October 1st. How dare you say that transportation is a success? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Principal Irby Hill. Next up, we have Sudarshan Pani.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I would join my fellow parents in commenting on the transportation issue. I had the opportunity to speak at the board meeting 10 days ago. My name is Sudarshan Pani. I'm the father of 2 children at Clinton Elementary School, and I live in Maplewood, just shy of 2 miles away from the school. 10 days ago, we had a conversation about the fact that our bus has not arrived at Clinton Elementary School on time yet. In his response to us, Dr. Taylor mentioned that the first 10 days are the busiest time of the year for our transportation department. I would like to point out to Dr. Taylor and to the rest of the board that we are well beyond the first 10 days of school. And yet we still have not reached school on time with any of the kids on the gray route. I won't belabor the point, but I will mention that the idea that transportation is a success, as mentioned by the principal just now, is a fallacy. We are still waiting for buses to come on time. We are still waiting for communication about when buses are late. And as mentioned by many of my fellow parents here, we are still waiting for more efficient routing. I know there are many endemic problems to transportation. We cannot fix all of them, but communication would go a long way in at least letting us know that someone is listening and that someone is addressing the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else log on, Mr. Bonds? Vanessa, Christine?
No, that committee member is still not present.
Okay, thank you so much. So that concludes our first public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely will respond. And for those who don't normally attend these meetings, though I'm advised not to respond to public speaks, we always try to do so that everyone leaves with the same information. But I'll go back a little bit further than public speaks to some of the comments that were made after Mr. Burnside shared updates on transportation to also allow us to all leave with the same information. So please give me just a moment as I go through my notes. There was a comment made about Somaya and myself having some type of deal to to dismiss our transportation department, and I will confirm what the board president shared, that is not true. I will also, oh, you didn't say it. Oh, I said, I'm sorry, so Mayor President, I apologize. I apologize. For those who have mentioned transportation or the communication of what's happening with transportation, I hope that you received our update that was sent today, that followed up on the update that was sent last week. And also, if you didn't get an update, I would strongly suggest you email me directly, because it means that your email is not reflected in Power School. Okay, all right. We also shared with the board and others those communications that were going out based on the updates that we have today around collapsing routes and adding buses to a few routes that have had consistent challenges. Going through here. There were a couple of very specific concerns around the gray route and the purple route, and those are two of the 4 routes that were communicated with today. If you did not receive those emails, I'm not allowed to talk back and forth with you, but if you hang out when I get done, I'll definitely come back and talk to you. We're happy to share with you what those updates were. Thank you, former board member Cuddle, for your thanks on partnering with your appointment and Trenton supporting bullying legislation, anti-bullying legislation. There was also a comment made around apologizing to families who've been negatively impacted by transportation or this new version of transportation, and I definitely think that I've done that, but I don't believe in offering excuses. I believe in finding solutions, and that's what we've been working on, and I hope that today's updates for those who are impacted, we customize those communications as we did last week directly for them. And again, for those who did not receive that update, please let us know. We utilize, regarding communicating directly to specific buses and routes, we use School Messenger to target and customize those messages just for those kids on those buses. As we shared, I believe at last week's Safety and Security Forum, we shared that we're adding kids every day, 8 to 12 kids, up to, as we shared, close to 500 new riders. So as that's happening, those new riders have to be added into School Messenger to also finalize who receives those updates. And that's a process that's ongoing. Mr. Bennett, you still here? Hi, good to see you. So to Mr. Bennett's comments regarding aligning students within neighborhoods to minimize the distance between them, that is the opposite of what our integration work requires. The neighborhood school model is the model that led to us having segregated elementary schools, but your feedback is most certainly acknowledged. Just going through my notes here, 1 second. Regarding the outsourcing of busing, just as a point of reference for folks, outsourcing the majority of our transportation needs was not something that was new. When we did have our own fleet, it was only for a small portion of our transportation needs. We've had outsourced companies as long as I've been here that predated me as well. To Principal Irby Hill, as always, my door is open for you to share the information that you've collected. Principals also, of course, email me directly, and we also have check-ins with those who work in the transportation department, but I welcome more information that helps us to do better and perform at a higher clip, and of course, hold ourselves and our vendor accountable. A couple of the comments that I received directly are from folks who should have received our communication today from School Messenger. So I will make sure that for those who left these, who gave us messages tonight, we'll send you those messages directly to ensure you have the latest information that was sent out today. That specifies the changes that are occurring for your routes. There was a comment that Mr. Bennett shared that I wanted to respond to regarding bus capacity, and that adding buses and lack of capacity should not, if I wrote down correctly here, there should be kind of a null impact. And what I would share, and I think what we shared previously, is capacity. We understand folks who see buses that are not full and want those buses to be full, as we do. And we estimate the number of buses that we need based on the population and all the calculations that we do with that. But you know, it does equal more capacity, usually equals more stops, and more stops equals longer routes. And longer routes are some of the concerns that we've heard from. So just sharing that there is a definite connection there. Regarding the appearance of indifference, I'm not sure if that was directed towards me or not. I hope that anyone who has sent me an email can let you know that I respond directly to that, and that I respond as efficiently as I can myself. I don't have people who email on my behalf, and address every single person individually regarding their concerns, whether it be on transportation or anything else. And I hope that my record reflects that. Madam President, those are all my responses.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We will now move on to committee reports. So we'll start with Regina, and we'll just go around the horn. Regina, we'll start with personnel.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, September 19th. Board members Winkfield, Whitletter, and I were in attendance. Board member Wright was absent. We kicked off the meeting reviewing Personnel Resolution 4506. Just a couple of things I just wanted to highlight. We discussed Special Services Department coverage with one of the supervisors resigning and how this will affect the department with other staff on leave. Dr. Taylor alerted the board of a plan for coverage for Montrose, that it would be forthcoming. We will actually be voting on this during the action portion of tonight's meeting. We also discussed special education vacancies and how principals are working creatively with HR and coverage until these positions are filled. At the moment, in the secondary schools, 6-period classes are being assigned to help with the load, and administration confirmed they are keeping a close eye on it and exploring additional ways to fill these openings. Administration also gave an update on the interim transportation coordinator, that they are looking to extend the contract, which was initially a 3-month contract, for a longer period of time in order to get the 2 new assistants up to speed. We reviewed 3 policies that will be up for first read at our October meeting. No issues with the recommended changes, but I did want to point out for policy 4281, inappropriate staff conduct, the board would like to add something where staff can report inappropriate conduct anonymously, and it was agreed that this change should be made as part of the regulation. During old business, we focused on teacher retention. I had asked about some strategies that the district is employing or are in the pipeline towards teacher retention. Mr. Adedoyan mentioned a few ideas he had discussed with Dr. Gilbert that included incentivizing signing bonuses, a different type of mentoring program that targets incoming teachers and requires a 1 to 4 year commitment, different kinds of affinity groups where we will tackle what we are doing well and what we need to improve upon, and opened up the discussion about the possibility of allowing staff to have their children attend our schools. Dr. Taylor did mention saying competitive with the upcoming contract negotiations will also be important. In that vein, I did ask that we continue to, grabbing people as the dollar, keeping people as the culture is what we discussed. And in that vein, I asked that we continue to discuss these affinity groups and how this could be a good space for teachers to have a place where they feel heard. During new business, we Dr. Gilbert covered sexual misconduct and harassment training. He reviewed the steps taken and timeline for all coaches to complete Title IX training by October 15th, which was originally to be completed before the school year. He provided a ton of details on the challenges that they came across over the summer that ultimately pushed back the timeline. The board did ask if in the future we can get this done before the school year starts. Obviously, there are a bunch of nuances as coaches are hired at different times of the year, but Dr. Gilbert did confirm that that was the intention and remains to be moving forward. Ms. Wavell also joined as a special guest to go over some questions that a board member had regarding the dating violence policy. All the details can be found in the meeting minutes, and the board requested that the district provide a brief presentation in an upcoming board meeting so that the community is aware of all the hard work that has gone into the implementation of this policy. So at this point, we're looking at likely in November when all staff have been trained. In terms of action items and next steps, I've asked that we continue this discussion around affinity groups for teachers and staff, anonymous ways to air concerns for students and staff, and that is it. Our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 9th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
A couple of meetings back, you had a really nice report put out by the district, which you shared internally about the number of vacancies,
Yes.
the thing. Is that something you plan to publish quarterly, or is it like a monthly?
Yes, I actually had gotten it. I was just making a few tweaks to it so that it's just easier to digest. Yes, I will send it out by the end of the week.
Okay, thanks a lot.
FFT.
Okay. On September 20th, 2023, board members Whitletter, Gifford, Vadlamani, and myself met for FFT. We had a special guest, Mr. Jerry Ford, our transportation coordinator, attend as well. To prepare for the meeting with Mr. Ford, I created a spreadsheet to give him questions in advance and routes from parent complaints that were an issue, which at the time included 5 buses. And I just want to say thank you to board members who contributed to that document, helped have a very good conversation with him. With Mr. Ford, we discussed bus routes that were delayed, why they were delayed, how they were going to be rectified immediately and be communicated to parents. We also emphasized how important it was to communicate to parents in real time about the challenges and solutions and process. We asked if buses can have GPS, and they do have GPS capabilities, so the district will look into implementing that. We discussed Versatrans. We discussed that Versatrans does not take into account traffic, like Google Maps or Waze, which is a challenge. We discussed making sure drivers have route instructions, which they are given. But when there are subs, sometimes there are some confusions there. We discussed the importance of being able to communicate to drivers in real time to get answers sooner. Sometimes we have to go through a dispatch to get bus response, especially when it's a sub. And to
Board President's question earlier to Mr. Barnside about setting up a face-to-face. We discussed a face-to-face meeting, and that was your idea. Thank you so much for thinking of that. With the drivers to nurture a relationship with them. We learned that when buses are chronically late, the district charges the bus company, and bus companies have 48 hours to action change requests from the district. We also asked for transportation stats and for the district to provide us a spreadsheet that explains data and financials of our buses so that we understand what we have left from our BOES funds. We want to track spending for transportation as well as ridership data. At the time of the meeting, we were using 11 buses out of the 12 projected to be needed. As for hazardous routes, we plan to update our hazardous routes policy in November with any new routes. As new traffic patterns can create hazardous routes per the policy, these routes can be evaluated by a formal complaint from a student's caregiver. Sloan Street and 3rd Avenue is an example of this. The current construction in that intersection has created hazardous conditions, and that site will exist, we were told, for the next 2 to 3 years. We discussed suggesting a carpool or group walking app for parents who are below the mile mark and want to and are not eligible for transportation and want to connect with other families to work together to get kids to school. Other districts across the country purchase this type of app for their caregiver community, and we asked the district to look into this, even if they are just suggesting a vetted app for parents to use and not purchasing it outright for parents and caregivers. We also had a conversation about crossing guards and the importance of working with the 2 towns to inform them of school time changes many weeks in advance and discuss walking routes so that they can ensure so that the towns can ensure they're supporting our student walkers properly. I'm on the Municipal Partnerships Committee with Board President, and I share that as a result of our partnerships call before the FFT meeting, we discussed the importance of the 2 towns having a meeting with the Transportation Department and the district to discuss walking routes. The 2 towns have been really wonderful in partnering with us and wanting to streamline the crossing guards process as much as possible, especially for next year. Some good key learnings for us. So just to wrap up, we also discussed our preliminary ROD grant and how that could impact improvement projects for the district, which the ROD grant only approved the replacement of our roofs, which is great. We're going to get some new roofs, but those items are not part of our long-range facility plan. We cannot use the ROD grant for that. We discussed scheduling a meeting in November with the Board of School Estimate to review the district's financials and needs for a long-range facility plan. And as everyone knows, our district goal is by December 1. We would have done the analysis to understand the financial impact and where we could find any extra funds. That meeting is currently set for November 28th. So thank you to the district for scheduling that. We discussed auditorium bids to compare with our co-op bids, so more on that soon. Change orders for long-range facility plan, which weren't too crazy. And then we discussed adding replacement payment terms to the student's electronic warranty. I don't have the official policy number in front of me, but it's the policy that we're pushing through tonight about students using electronics from the school. And we decided that instead of putting a mandate on what happens if parents do not pay for any repair or replacement in the policy, that those payment terms would be put in the form that parents would need to use when they are agreeing to the terms of receiving electronic devices. Because if we put in the policy, they might miss it. We want to make sure that parents understand the payment terms when they're receiving electronic devices for their students. If they choose to not do the warranty is about $25 per student for the year. And then finally, we discussed our concerns about the fight at the recent Irvington Columbia High School football game, and that we want to know what else security can do in the future to curb situations like this. I think that'll be a topic that we'll need to add on to FFT again, because Dr. Taylor had to split his time a little bit this month, and I think he needs to be part of that conversation. And we just had that security meeting, which I know will inform a lot of that discussion. Any questions?
I was just thinking, that was a question or a comment. Maybe it should go to our BA.
Mm-hmm.
But in talking about the buses, right? Are we charging them for lateness? You know, when they don't show up on time, is there any type of compensatory damages or whatever because they're not arriving? where we can collect that money and do something with it? I don't know. I was just thinking about it.
Yeah.
So we don't really collect money, we just penalize them. We've given them until the end of next week, and then after that, we're going to start invoking the penalties.
Thanks.
Two things. One is, I'm not sure if you spoke about subscription busing. I don't know if there is any update on that. Or I don't know if you talked about it. I forget because we've talked about it many times.
Yeah, well, it's going to be it's the next month's meeting because we'll have the woman from, I forgot, Sussex County Co-op is going to show up next meeting. So there'll be more on that soon.
I just sent her an email this week,
Yes.
earlier this week, to invite her to the October 10th.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
And while we are preparing for the Board of School Estimates, I just wanted to confirm that with tonight's bid that we've accepted, which has been accepted, or whatever, I mean, bids have come in and we like it. So the only thing that is pending would be the entire South Orange Middle School package.
Right, I believe if I remember correctly, not you, the award tonight includes the electrical upgrade for SOMS and nothing else.
Correct. What I mean by that is tonight's bid includes all of Maplewood Middle School and only the electrical portion of SOMS. Whereas if we want to go ahead with the project for rest of SOMS, we have to raise money from Board of School Estimates.
Yes, that is correct. I apologize if I wasn't clear there.
Okay, it's my turn. On September 20th, a productive meeting was held with Courtney, Regina, myself, and we were privileged to have Johanna join us as a special guest. This was due to Nubia's chairing the concurrent FFT meeting. The overview is that the meeting was extensive and intense, yet all participants unanimously agreed that it stood out as one of the most effective. Every attendee had the opportunity to contribute constructively and share their insights respectfully. We talked about the K-3 Magnet Reading Phonics Program. Dr. Feenfolks delivered an insightful presentation on this initiative. The board has expressed a desire for this presentation to be disseminated with the broader public, and it now has been, so thank you for doing that. We got a G&T update. We received an update on the forthcoming screening tool set to be introduced in January. This nonverbal tool is geared to support twice exceptional students. Assessments will be carried out for students, all students in 1st, 4th, 7th grade, and new students, and also upon recommendation from parents or teachers. Students who qualify will be given a gifted action plan like we are currently doing. Book adoption, tonight's agenda includes numerous books up for adoption, and it's encouraging to witness the variety of topics, including LGBTQ plus themed ones up for adoption. Field trip resolution that we have tonight, it is pivotal to clarify that the field trip resolution outlines potential destinations and not confirmed trips. So there's like a gazillion listed. We're not going on all of them, even though I want to. We're currently standardizing our field trip process, drawing from feedback received from parents last year. Dr. Taylor, I know you were working on a report to the committee when, love to know when we are going to have that by maybe hopefully the next meeting. Policy updates. Policies were up for first and second read, were reviewed. There were no amendments were necessary, no changes were made. We did receive the failure data from the 3rd and 4th marking period from Columbia High School, which I shared with all of the board members. The numbers to continue to be sobering and reinforce the data that we heard from Dr. Fergus, that our Black and Hispanic and special ed students are failing at disproportionate rates than our white students. Option 2 required changes. I know that the students spoke about it earlier, and we have heard from some parents. These revisions were made to align our practices with the state's option 2 requirements. This rectification was necessary due to us not following the state regulations regarding logging hours. AP Microeconomics course, the administration concedes that earlier communication would have been beneficial and apologizes for the lateness of the alert. The board spoke about the need to improve the communication in the future. Elementary math curriculum, updates were shared about the curriculum's rollout and related professional development schedule. INRS update, the Friday packet was supposed to contain the revised guide, complete with new standardized forms and notable changes being affected this year. I'm hoping that we were supposed to get in last Friday's packet. I'm hoping it's coming in this Friday's packet. The Freshman Academy, which is also known as, I guess, Cougar Cuddle, or is it Huddle? I don't know. The board was very excited about this program, especially the supports that were going to be put in place to help not only our freshmen, but also other students who were struggling. We were told the program was going to be 5 days a week, have an SEL component, have curriculum with study skills and other supports built in, but due to an issue, we cannot support a 5-day-a-week program. A sidebar agreement with the union is up for vote tonight, and if it passes, it will allow for students to work with teachers 2 days a week. At the present moment, students are in the auditorium 2 days a week doing team building activities and until an agreement can be reached. We also learned that there is no set curriculum for the program and that, quote, next year we will be expanding this program and working with our teachers, and at that time we will evaluate the need for a formal curriculum. Due to the lateness of the night and the surprise of this information, we didn't have a chance to fully discuss this, but we plan to in the near future. I did speak with a few students this weekend who stated that they think the idea is good, but at least so far it has been entirely disorganized and counterproductive. The Fergus report and the access and equity policy discussion, the majority of our session was dedicated to the report's findings and Courtney's proposal regarding access and equity policy. The conversation was honest, thoughtful, emotional at times, and we all left feeling like we needed all board members to have an opportunity to express their thoughts and feelings on the important work we have ahead of us. Given the significance of the report's recommendations, I am putting forth a proposal that in the near future we have a special working meeting, no action will be taken, of the board where we hear from the administration on how they plan to implement the findings. I am hopeful that we will get some solid responses to the report findings. The hope is that the entire board works collaboratively with the administration to craft a policy, or maybe more than one policy, that will support their implementation plans. The work is too important for all voices to not be included in this process. We talk often about the need to break the committee silos, and a meeting like I'm proposing can be the first step in the process. I will say that the idea is supported by our municipal partners, specifically Village President Collum, who talked about it during the municipal partnership meeting. I would like to do a straw poll now to gather interest in the idea of having a meeting specifically on the topic. Of like a specific, like on just dealing with the Fergus report and getting the administration's recommendations.
Can this be tabled till new business? I think this is exactly how you.
This is a committee report. I mean, why are we talking about any straw poll? Committee report.
Yeah, so normally you don't do a straw poll in public,
Okay.
but you also don't have any action pending because there's no motion behind it. So what I gather you're doing right now is talking about whether you want to have another meeting, and if the room feels like
Yeah,
you want to
that's-
have another meeting, then you would call upon the board president to schedule another meeting.
Okay, so then I'm calling upon the board president to schedule another meeting, if the board has the will to do so.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify. So you're saying have another meeting, but we're about to vote on having a meeting, a committee of the whole.
Yeah, maybe it
Which
can be
would be
done,
that.
it could be done during the committee of whole.
Could we just
when we get to the action portion, that would be when we could discuss and we vote on that. And then I guess depending on how that vote goes, that could be a new business topic.
That works for me. At the point when this was being written, we weren't there. So I'm happy to wait till then.
So I do have a question for CNI. Is the district going to pilot more than one ELA program?
That's a good question. And do you have the answer to that? The district piloting more than one? Well, she's the.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking because she's in charge of CNI. Can I not, or Dr. Taylor, should I ask you? She's the chair of CNI, of curriculum instruction.
Sorry, so I guess my question is, are we piloting more than one program, and should we be piloting more than one
Thank you. Are we piloting more than one ELA program at this time, or do we intend to? And is it something that we should be doing if we're not?
I think should it's probably a question that's subjective, but I'll allow Ms. Bodnar to come and be able to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the phonics program or in general?
The phonics program.
Well, just this new ELA curriculum.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I can. The new ELA curriculum, I believe we're looking at magnetic, right?
Yeah, that's the phonics program.
So are we looking to pilot?
So Dr. Beam folks brought together, if you watch her
I watched the
video,
video.
because it explains the whole process of how she came up with this particular program. She brought a team of any teacher who wanted to in the district together they really looked at every program out there. They had criteria of what they were looking for to make sure that everything that everything was included in this so that they didn't have to pull from different programs. They did a thorough search of many different programs. We brought in experts to come in and talk to our staff and along with Dr. Beam folks, I believe Ms. Carrera was there. I was at the meetings. They all unanimously picked this program to pilot. So we're piloting that. And it seems to be growing. As teachers are finding out more about it, they're asking to be a part of it. So, it's growing.
That's good. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, Board Member Deval Wilson.
I had a question for whoever. It seems like I'm curious how teachers are being informed on how to communicate this process, because I'm happy to hear that more teachers are volunteering. That's great. But there are, of course, a pool of teachers who are not K-3. And so, I did receive some feedback from some community members just saying it seemed like during back to school night, at least from my school, South Mountain, that maybe there was just a little bit of confusion, like, okay, some are getting it, some are not, some are still getting TC. And I'm just curious, and maybe you don't have an answer tonight, but I think that we might need to arm our teachers with a little bit more messaging on this process, and so that it doesn't alarm parents if some students are getting in, some are not.
I made the note. Thank you.
Concludes my committee report. Oh, sorry. I thought nobody.
I just want to say, I hope the boiler's on next time. No. No.
I'm happy I have my sweatshirt today.
No, so the policy committee convened on September 7th at 6:30 p.m. Board member Malaspina and myself were present. Tonight we have 14 policies up for second read and adoption and 11 policies up for first read. And the public can find the list of those on the website. I don't think it's necessary to name every single one, but they are listed on the website. On new business, we discussed policy 7490, animals on school property. This was a requested review by the Personnel Committee Chair. This change would allow district administration to speak on behalf of the superintendent when an animal is on school grounds. excluding support service animals, and this will be put up for first read. We also discussed and voiced support for the proposed book banning resolution we are voting on tonight, which was
We switched the name to Right to Read because it
Right
sounds
to-
like we're.
Oh, well, no, yeah.
Sorry.
No. Yes. The Right to Read resolution, the opposite of banning books. We are voting on that tonight, which was shared by Board Member Malaspina, Dr. Taylor, and Dr. Gilbert. Support the proposed resolution. Lastly, we discussed the draft policy 5755.1, access and equity, a revision of the original access and equity policy proposed by Board Member Wingfield and myself. This draft policy serves to expand upon the existing 5755 access and equity, which is rich in spirit, but we feel lacks the teeth necessary to arrive at the equity outcomes the district desires. This draft policy intends to provide a roadmap to do just that. I'd also like to add that many pieces of the policy are direct recommendations from the Fergus report. The revised draft policy outlines key equity-framed expectations within the domains of academics, culture, and climate and personnel. Some key pillars of 57551 are as follows. Provide affinity spaces for students of color across all school levels for academic, social, and emotional mentoring and support. Build school cultures that intentionally focus on fostering empathy, developing relationships, and upholding dignity for everyone in our schools, offices, and community. Ensure a high-quality and coherent I&RS process to provide strategic academic support and intervention with ongoing monitoring and reporting of data, including the demographic data of referrals to the child study team. Provide an academically integrated, non-leveled, rigorous core instructional program K through 12 with opportunities to accelerate through advanced placement courses. Create a clear plan and timeline to identify high-achieving students from underrepresented backgrounds for enrollment in advanced placement courses. Ensure rigorous alignment of curriculum K-12 to ensure all students receive the appropriate preparation to access and succeed in AP courses in high school. Provide access and support in engaging with dynamic, rigorous coursework for all students in order to maximize student learning while focusing on a growth mindset. And lastly, offering continuous professional development that supports differentiated instruction while addressing educational equity, cultural proficiency, anti-bias, anti-racism, culturally responsive pedagogy, disability acceptance, as well as addressing homophobia, transphobia, and sexism for the entire staff. To provide some background to the public, this policy came out of our board retreat in early August when we were discussing what we wanted our board's legacy to be when it comes to access and equity. At that point, the board had received the Fergus report and its recommendations, and we're grappling with our responsibility as a board to act on them. Dr. Telesford and myself shared our personal experiences as students at Columbia High School and the inequities we saw firsthand, especially as it related to academics' racial segregation. At the end of the retreat, Board Member Wingfield and I agreed to meet that month and discuss next steps. What ensued from that was a revised draft of our access and equity policy that built on the important efforts of previous boards. Everyone on the board has had the opportunity to review the policy and provide feedback and discuss it either in committee or with myself or Courtney. We have reviewed the policy and made a number of revisions based on feedback we received from our board attorney and Superintendent Taylor. We reviewed this draft policy in our policy committee this month and sent the policy to C&I for discussion. As the policy will return to the policy committee next week, it is my intention, in partnership with Dr. Taylor, to move the policy to first read in the effort to allow the public to review and engage around the substance of the policy. From there, community members, teachers, students, administration, and the board will all have the opportunity to weigh in on the merits of the policy. The Fergus report confirmed what we already knew. We have so much work to do. With that said, nothing changes if nothing changes. I look forward to the spirited debate we are sure to have as this conversation needs to take place. The meeting adjourned at 7:14 p.m. And that is my readout.
Questions? Are there any questions for the policy chair? Board Member Eckert.
Sorry, that was just a lot. So I'm just trying to understand what the timeline is. So it's going to go back to policy for your October meeting, or you're putting it up and then it will be up for first read in October?
So it will be up for discussion in the committee, and,
Okay.
and the only way the public gets to see it is by putting it up for a first read.
No.
Got it. Okay. So in October is what you're saying is the timeline for the October meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
It never went back to CNI. Oh, sorry.
First of all,
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I said in CNI, so I'm just going to pretty much just say it verbatim. The bulk of the policy revisions, frankly, I'm fine with. I do have a big concern about the insertion of non-leveling. This would be one of the biggest and most monumental policy changes in recent history, and it's not something that can be easily fixed if not properly implemented. We have yet to see data that shows why we think this is the best course of action for our district. We need to engage with all stakeholders. That means the community, teachers, and building administration, and it feels like this is the opposite of the new policy process in which we said that for a policy to go up for first read, it should be mostly fully baked. And so if we're putting it up for first read, for then the community to give us feedback, for teachers to give us feedback, that just feels like all the work that was done with that policy process is just kind of thrown out the door.
I'd like to comment.
Board Member Malaspina, sorry.
That's okay. I am in agreement with Ms. Eckert, and I made those comments too at the meeting. I really believe we have the opportunity now to do things correctly with the process. For far too long, our district has it's been driven by policy, and then the administration is having to then make whatever the board says work. And that hasn't worked. It didn't work with IB. It didn't work with the first access and equity policy. It hasn't worked in the last 20 years. Almost every new initiative that has come from board driven, and then the administration tries to figure it out and implementation doesn't work. That is why I proposed in this meeting doing the process differently. Having a meeting where the administration comes to us and shows us what they want, their recommendations, their thoughts on how we are going to make this work, how we are going to take those policy, the recommendations and put them into action, using the data, using information. And then we, as a board, work collaboratively with the district to come up with policies. This is being done, I believe, the opposite way than it should be. And we need to really hear from the administration, and when I'm talking about the administration, I'm not only talking about just SLT, I'm talking about administration who has talked to the teachers, really gotten a hold of everybody, and then comes to us with recommendations. And then we do a policy. This is putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion, and I just don't think that we should be dictating this at the present moment. They need to come to us with what their thoughts are, and then we work together collaboratively with them. That's how the process should be done, and I believe that we need to do it right this time. It's too important not to.
I find that statement kind of ironic, considering this board passed a policy on transportation where we changed the mileage, and then we had the implementation of that. So we're talking about the administration should come to us for what we should do, but now we're saying for access and equity, oh no, we need to do something different. At no point has anyone discussed who is the most affected by this, which are our students. We should be focused on student outcomes. That's what this board is here. That's what our policy should be focused on. Focusing on the teachers, the parents, the community, all sorts of feedback. We already got our feedback. We got our information. We got the data. We had the Fergus report. And this is information that we've experienced this for decades. So it's not as though this is new. No one was shocked by any of this. I wasn't shocked by this. I saw it my whole life. So we know what needs to happen. We know what needs to change. This policy is fully baked. I gave my feedback. I gave extensive comments and extensive edits. I think many board members had the opportunity to do that. So to say that we haven't had a chance to talk about this or go through this, we did. It was actually discussed in C&I, and yes, it's now coming back to policy. So yes, it is the right time for our committee to discuss this policy. So I think saying that we need to slow down, pump our brakes, we set policy, we can talk about implementation, and I think the most important thing is we have an enthusiastic administration behind these changes. So I think that we should be moving forward and not just trying to figure out ways to stop.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
I know we could go on and on about this. We all have the same goal at the end of the day. I think for me, my main question tonight, because it's 11:15, is I'm just trying to understand process, because I know for FFT, when I've had edits to policies, it goes back to policy, and then the next month it comes back to FFT, and that's how it's been for months. So I'm just trying to understand why that step is being skipped. I think that sets an inappropriate precedence for just not being strict with ourselves when it comes to policy and process. And so my suggestion is, yes, take it back to policy and then do the timeline the way we all agreed we were going to do the timeline, 60 days or whatnot, that after it goes to policy, it needs to go back to C&I. Why would we skip that step? I don't understand.
Board Member Wingfield.
There were no edits that came out of CNI. There was feedback about the merit and the belief about whether or not we should have this policy, but there was no feedback out of CNI. So wait, let me finish. I'm still talking. So the policy has been sent back to the policy committee for further review, and I think at this point, I'm not really sure why we're so terrified of having this conversation in public in October, because all we're not asking for folks to vote in October, we're asking for us to be able to share the policy with the community, and for the community to have an opportunity to voice their feedback, an opportunity for us to engage further with Dr. Taylor around the data that he shared with all of us around this policy just before the board meeting, which I'm sure we haven't had a chance to dig into. And we're asking for an open and transparent conversation with each other and with the public around a policy that you've all had multiple opportunities to read and to provide feedback on. But feedback is not the same thing as saying, I don't like this.
Well, I think that's where there's a confusion, because I requested edits. And I wasn't at CNI, so I wasn't there to speak for myself, but I passed along edits and requests to have certain things spelled out more when it came to leveling. And I would like to see those adjustments made. And if, for whatever reason, my request for changes and additional language, because I think that part of the policy looked buried to me and looked like it needed more legs, it needed more language, it needed more support. And so if that wasn't clear from my feedback in writing, I apologize. I'm happy to have another phone call with Bill or you, pass on more of my thinking that's in my head, because I do have some requests, but my requests are based on enhancements, not so much removal, just enhancements. And so that's why I'm concerned about it skipping CNI, because I would like to see that in there and have the opportunity to also discuss that with the team to see if you might not agree with my changes. But I think that we need to follow the process. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'd like to comment as CNI chair on this. We left CNI with the discussion that you and I would meet. We haven't had a chance. That was on me because I did not pass on the opportunity, Courtney. I was sick last week, and I have been busy all week. I am planning to meet with you. Courtney, you can, I don't know
All
what,
right,
I
all
can't,
right,
I'm not
sorry,
going to
so
fight
since
with
you guys
you
have
on this.
spoken,
But what I'm going to say is I have not had the opportunity to put my edits into this because I was told last minute that I was able to put edits into it. Also, in the CNI meeting, we never discussed moving it forward. We never said that we were okay with this.
That's not true.
That is true.
You're not telling the truth.
So guys, okay.
You're not telling the
Enough,
truth,
enough,
Alyssa.
enough. Everyone, this is,
We said
for
we
board
would
members
think
who have
about
not had the chance to speak, if there's other board members, I do have some comments to make, but I usually try to be the last person to speak. So does anyone else on the board member Wright?
Okay, so we're talking about deleveling, which we worked on for this district some time ago. And it was certainly really well researched in terms of what we needed for our district. But the bottom line is there are some reasons that I will give you that I also shared in CNI. And thank you guys for inviting me. I never get invited anywhere. I was invited to CNI. I was so excited to join them. And so, number one, for deleveling, key points, money needs to be invested in professional development for teachers, administrators, faculty. You need administrative meetings, conferences, professional development days. Number two, you need a revision of curriculum in conjunction with experienced teachers and best teacher practices. Number three, you need training in differentiating instruction. 4, you need to upgrade materials and technology in classrooms. 5, and this is the one that sticks with me, that concerns me, is that deleveling should take place in phases to avoid what we call planned failure. And I'm going to repeat that, planned failure. And number 6, benchmarks and assessments for each phase. 7, community forums explaining the deleveling process. It's very important. 8, surveys and interviews, teachers, students, administrators, and parents, all stakeholders must be involved as we involve them not too long ago. And I think that Mr. Gaines spoke about that when he was here. And the last thing is, and this is mandatory, that data and deleveling resources must be reviewed by all administrators and supervisors for effective implementation. Now, this isn't going to take place overnight. So it takes time. So it's a long process. When you put these things in place, then you can begin to do things. For us, we have a situation of children in crisis right now. We're on life support. So as we're sitting here with, I call this a distraction. So as we're sitting here with this distraction, and we've already received information from Dr. Fergus on what we need to put in place in order to move our children forward, I don't know why we're not looking at that, but I shouldn't be looking at it as a board member anyway. That's up to the administration and staff, the professionals. And so this, to me, is a distraction, and we'll be another 6 years kicking something down the road to make sure that things are straight for kids, just to say that we've done something. And I haven't seen anything that we put into policy, for the most part, that we've been able to implement. And another thing is, we have to be forced to do what is right. And here we are going on another side of the block, rather than doing what we have laid in front of us from Dr. Fergus. Let's give him that respect as a professional. Leave this up to the staff and Dr. Taylor to make sure that these things are implemented and implemented correctly. Deleveling right now is going to take us a few years, and we've already been there and done that. You know, so that's just how I feel.
Dr. Telesford.
Right now, we're talking about just a policy change. So we can change policy and then take our time with implementation. and do all the things that we say is required. But it starts from the top or from the board, setting that precedent and saying, look, we need to move forward in this direction. And then really make sure and hold the administration accountable for that implementation. But to ask that we must have the implementation all set up before we change the policy seems backwards, actually. We set the policy and then ensure that that implementation goes smoothly by holding the administration accountable for that.
So, sorry, I'm just going to speak on a couple of things here. First, the board sets policy in consultation with the district and with the stakeholders who are impacted by the policy. This board, we as a board for 9 months have sat through a gauntlet of accusations about this policy process, the way in which we were conducting this process, and the revisions that were involved. Many board members sat here and said that we should be thoughtful, that we shouldn't rush creating policy, that the things that we do should be intentional. And I agree with all of that. This will be one of the most transformative policies that we will ever pass as a board. And to your point, Bill, this is a legacy. But the fact that we're trying to do this, you never once, even in your readout, use the word de-level. Like, let's just address the fact that this is something that people use a lot of edu-speak instead of being transparent about what we're trying to do. And what I have concerns with is not only the process that we followed, because the district has not played a role in any of this. They have not come with their proposal, with their intention of how they think they can accomplish this. I can read a list, which I would love for you guys to be able to answer, the 15 questions that I've sent, that were all questions that when I talked to the council about, that these are questions as a board, if we're making a responsible decision, we should have answers to. So I'm happy to, I think, Bill, they were sent to you. That aside, everyone in this district can look at the access and equity policy and say it's not enough. And I'm sitting here today just upset at the fact that we were given, it's not even, here's Dr. Fergus's recommendations. This was a mandate, 23 things that we have to accomplish in a 3-year period. We hired this man because we were sued, but we spent $100,000 to hire a national expert to tell us how we can close the achievement gap. And it starts with building a foundation. That foundation includes 23 items. Not once does he mention de-leveling at this point in time. And in my opinion, I think he might think that's a phase 2 conversation. We are not doing the bare minimum to support our students. I want to go through here, one of his recommendations, which I want to call attention to, Dr. Fergus, in 2021, came to the district and said there's inconsistencies in the way that we're operating our academic support services that contribute to the patterns of academic segregation and disproportionate patterns in special education. Dr. Fergus recommended the improvement of the academic support services at the elementary schools occur, and now he's saying within the next 2 years, because he told us to do it in 2021, he came back to tell us to do it in 2023, and he said if we don't do this, the tiered supports that he's also requiring that we do will not work efficiently, and this is critical work to support integration. I think we're in a position right now where board members are dictating what the priorities of the district should be, and in this case, it's not even the board, and frankly, it's not the district. We have an outside party with a justice who is monitoring how we implement these recommendations, and if we don't do it, we're back in court. If we don't do it, we don't have the supports in place to help our students of color. So while I respect that people did the work to create a policy, it did not engage stakeholders. Have we talked to the teachers about the additional requirements for professional development that would be required so that every teacher can walk into a classroom and provide differentiated instruction next year? We have to recognize as a district where we are, and these are goals that we can have in phase 1 and phase 2. We have Dr. Taylor putting together a DEI plan for the next 5 years. For the board to think that we are in any sort of position to do this right now when we have 23 recommendations, mandated recommendations, glaring at us that we are legally required to implement in the next 3 years, 3 years is going to go by like that. And the first thing that we should be asking right now is follow-up to the presentation. What is the district's vision? We have no idea what the priorities are going to be of those 23 recommendations, where they intend to focus on, how they're going to do it. We don't write the regulations, but we should understand what the premise of these regulations will be as it relates to anything that we do, so that as a board, we are informed and we feel comfortable with making a decision. And we're sitting here right now with no information and with a lot of board members telling the district how things should get done. The district has not sent a proposal about how they're incorporating Fergus recommendations and how they intend to accomplish this work, which will take not only a year to plan, but likely years to do well. And at the end of the day, I care about the kids, and that's why I'm really upset about this, because if we don't implement this well, this harms the educational experience of our kids. So why not take the time to do this well and to do it right? And in my opinion, the statement of priorities is Dr. Fergus's report that does not include language about de-leveling at this point in time. And so that's all I have to say. I just can't even believe that this is where we are right now.
Yep, I agree.
After all of this and getting to a point where we're finally able to start complying with the BPW settlement, we're now using this, for lack of better terms, as a distraction to the real work that needs to get done right now in our district.
I think we definitely didn't read the same report, and we absolutely didn't see the same presentation, because if you rewatch what Dr. Fergus said at the end of his presentation, he said unambiguously that heterogeneous groupings for student learning is what is best. Homogeneous groupings of students, i.e. leveling, is what is easiest for adults. And he challenged each and every one of us sitting in this board that we would have to stop centering the comfort of adults over the needs of students. You cannot tell me one single piece of educational research or evidence that points to leveling as a sound practice that supports students at either level. Furthermore, our leveling in this district is a farce. Our access and equity policy back in 2018 removed the ability for us to place students in any classroom, honors, AP, or otherwise, based on any academic measure that those students have produced. So my child sitting in 8th grade right now could get straight D's on his report card for every year of his middle school experience, could have data showing that he is severely under grade level in reading and in mathematics. And as a parent, I have the right at the end of his middle school experience to log into PowerSchool and sign him up for every honors class there is. That is my right. So teachers are already differentiating instruction every single day in our honors courses and in all of the courses at CHS, because there are kids currently sitting in all of those courses of incredibly varied ability levels and performance levels. So this is a sham that adults are trying to protect, that adults who have elected some of us here on this board have told you not to touch. And so for you to clutch pearls and somehow claim that this is about what's best for students, that is what's shameful. So I invite you to stop hiding behind process, because process was followed at every step of the way. And instead, I would invite you to be open and transparent and allow the community to read this document, which is not a de-leveling policy, but a 7-page document that actually codifies much of the work that is already in progress in this district. And secondly, takes many of Dr. Fergus's recommendations, which I believe that you care deeply about, and puts them into policy so that they are not only subject to a monitoring agreement, are not only subject to a board's will or a superintendent's will, but are that policy that must maintain itself over time. And stop hiding behind whatever fear you have of the community actually reading this document and having a chance to have its say.
I just want to say, if you could point to the settlement term, because settlement term 3A, and all of the recommendations are listed in school boards in the resolution. It says foster heterogeneous student collaboration in math instruction. In elementary and middle school math courses, equip educators to create opportunities for students of different abilities, backgrounds, and learning styles to collaborate and work together on math tasks. That's the only location where he even uses the word heterogeneous and talks about. So if it's a recommendation, you know, yeah, I'm a little bit heated, Courtney, because for 2 years that I've been on this board, we have not been compliant. Now we have a framework that was given to us by an expert to say, this is what needs to get done right now, here are the priorities, and what you're proposing takes so much time and effort that we're not gonna even be able to touch this. And in 3 years from now, I know you won't be on the board, and I likely won't be either, it's going to be another board's problem, but that's 3 extra years where we don't have these systems in place to help our kids. It's not about a legacy for the board. It's about making sure that our kids are given the resources that they need to succeed in this district. And for you to think that this is a priority and trumps everything that this man and his team at Rutgers University put together, that's actually astounding. So this board believes that their viewpoint on what priorities should override someone who we had legally required to come in and do this work and provide a statement of priorities that we are mandated to accomplish. That takes less of a precedence in your mind.
I would invite you to have a conversation with Dr. Fergus. I'm sure you can ask him what he believes about the presence of leveling, in particular when it comes to racial disparities and academic outcomes. Please, please, please reach out to him. Reach out to him and have that conversation.
But people need to understand the way the settlement reads. There's recommendations that were made by Dr. Fergus. The district had to approve those recommendations. BPW had to approve the recommendations. Those two things happened, and now as a board, those recommendations were sent to Justice Wallace, and we are in the monitoring phase.
Caitlin, I'm familiar with the process. The recommendations and the monitoring agreement is the floor. It's not the ceiling for the work and the obligation that we have as a district to address these issues. And yes, those recommendations are in the policy that the public should have a chance to read, but they are the floor. They are not the ceiling, and they are not the end-all be-all of what we must do as a district to address these issues.
So, as I said, I knew this was going to be a spirited debate, and it sure is. But, you know, I just want to say that I'm open to having a special meeting that speaks to all this. You know, I spoke to Patrick, and he even shared that if he were a parent in this district, he would want to hear from Dr. Taylor what this looks like, you know, how this would even occur, how would we roll it out. And I'm totally in agreement with that. You know, I would love to see a presentation, and I would love to, you know, hear from Somaya. But I will say, you know, we keep going back to Dr. Fergus, whose recommendations we hold to a golden standard. But I know I sent this email to the board already, so they're very aware of these quotes, but again, we're all talking about Dr. Fergus's recommendations, but when I asked him about leveling's effects on our student population, these 3 quotes, these are his quotes, and I want the public to hear this again because not everybody had the time to watch the whole presentation. Grouping students by ability is easier for the adults, but the reality is it's not good for the kids. Having heterogeneous grouping in classrooms is going to be a lift for the adults, but it's not what our kids need for their learning exposure. Last, we have to really consider and recognize that the improvements we have to do in terms of integration for this society that we promised ourselves 75 years ago that we wanted to create, that we need to do that work for them rather than the comforts of adults. And, you know, this is getting very passionate. I understand that. But, you know, this issue is what politicized me. I sit down in those classes, and we're talking about, you know, this it could be planned failure. What we're doing right now is planned failure.
Been a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, but the bottom line is, our children, as we sit here discussing this, are failing. And we're having a discussion like we can discuss this until the end of the world. Nothing is changing in the classroom right now, and that's my concern. We can sit up here and talk about de-leveling all you want. I taught differentiated instruction my entire career, so I know it. I trained, okay? For our teachers here or in any other district to try and come in within the next year, 2 years, to do de-leveling, it ain't happening. And everybody needs to know that. Folk, it ain't happening. But what will happen is we follow what we need to do. Or maybe we don't know how to implement what we need to implement for our children since we haven't done it in 4 years. Let's be clear. We need to move on. We don't need another project for a project, another meeting for a meeting. We need to deal with our children. That's what we ought to be discussing here. And that is not, that's for the administration. What are you going to do? We all know what the problems are. How do you deal with it? Do you have the bandwidth? That should be the question. I'm done. Oh, and by the way,
I was
talking about board legacy, right? To be docket, get this down, L-7026-91, docket number. The South Orange Maplewood School District was found guilty of 7 counts of discrimination and 11 culpable charges. So we know we discriminate against children. And so we put these things off all the time. We have to do the work. I don't like sitting here discussing de-leveling when we've already been through this. It's not going to help our children right now. You can't continue to educate like it's 1990, like it's 1960. We're in 2023. Children are learning differently all the time. Our teachers are trying their best to do the things that they can do. All of this comes back on them. Are we bringing them into the conversation? Did we bring the teachers into the conversation about the freshman program? No, we didn't. It failed. Now we're bringing them in, and now we're about to do something else. So we're always putting that cart before the horse. We need to effectuate effective change. And it's not coming with de-leveling. That's so long ago.
Okay, Lynn,
and we know. Because
let's
we
keep
did
waiting.
it before everybody else did it when we had a blue ribbon in this district. We tried everything to make things right.
Let's
and we
keep
fought
waiting.
so that you are the doctor that you are today.
Let's keep waiting then.
We were.
Because that's what
No,
we've been
waited
doing.
while weight broke the wagon.
Like we've been waiting, we said, okay, let's keep pushing it off.
I'd
Let's,
like a motion to.
That's fine.
I'm speaking on this.
Once he's done, we will close debate because we have to move on to the action.
We've always kicked the can down the road. We kick the can down the road, and we always keep kicking the can down the road. And then the question is when. And listening to this conversation, what my biggest fear of creating this committee of the whole is that we silo the work that we're doing by saying, nope, that's too big, that's too wide. We need to only focus on settlement things. When the actual work of equity is much wider and broader and should be part of the conversation at all times. De-leveling is not one of Dr. Fergus's recommendations, but that should not be the only focus of this board. This board should be focused on helping as many students as possible. And the idea that we say, well, we can't have de-leveling. I was here in 2018 when we actually de-leveled, or we cut down the number of levels. And I remember you Ms. Board Member Wright, when you said you actually voted against it. Basically because you said they'll say they de-leveled, but they're still gonna stick your kids in this place and these other kids in another place. Yes. And so I'm just gonna say, okay, well, look what happened again, and then say, okay, well, we don't wanna de-level anymore. Let's not have this conversation. We need to actually start moving forward in that direction. We didn't go far enough, and we have to finish the job. And so I think it's very important.
The last thing that I'll say is that because the question that was raised to Dr. Fergus was around de-leveling and he shared his opinion, the fact that he is supportive of that and did write it into the recommendations would lead anyone to believe that he doesn't think we can do it successfully unless these other 23 things that we are legally required to do happen. Because otherwise, he could have easily had written it in as one of the recommendations. And that's where I want to leave it. We're going to move on to the action portion of the meeting.
You're absolutely grasping, Caitlin.
So, I mean, listen, I'm not by any means an expert in CNI, but one thing I'm seeing is that there definitely is an overlap between the spirit of what Dr. Fergus said. It may not be exactly in the language that he put forward in recommendations, and the spirit in which Bill is using his experience to talk very passionately. I mean, I just wrote him an email saying that I am very, well, impressed is the wrong word because I'm not impressed. I'm very touched by no, I mean, that's in the sense that I'm not judging. No, I'm not judging you. Yes, I'm not judging you by saying you're impressive, but I was I was moved, exactly. I was very moved by your very personal experience and how you are getting behind this. So I think it is, and also one step back, I think the process is fine. It went to the committee looked at it, it punted it to the policy committee, and therefore it's eligible for first reads. So as far as the process is concerned, you cannot say process didn't work. Yeah, so I think I am in agreement that let's bring it forward, let's put it out there. Just like we've had visceral reaction, there's going to be a visceral reaction from the public, from community. There are lots of people who believe it's a good thing, lots of people who believe it's a bad thing. That's okay. So I think it's okay to bring it up there and get feedback and use that in. That's what we've done. And I do agree that, listen, policy comes before implementation. I mean, we can put the policy out there and it's first reads. We are not proposing something that is out of values with our community. We're putting something in there that actually can be discussed. And if the community comes back with a very large, good reason saying that, no, this is not something we should pick up right now, maybe we should not be focusing on it, then it's fine.
I just want to put on the record that I had certain changes that I asked for, and I don't know if they were made. So I just need policy to communicate on that. And it can be a conversation later, but I just don't feel comfortable. There were a number of things. Some of the things in the policy we have, they're mentioned in other policies that I want us to link to. I mean, it's a 7-page document. Like, it's going to need a couple of lookovers. And what I'm just trying to say is I'm realizing that the sentiment is that there were no changes, and I want it on the record that that's not true. I had sent requests. I don't think that those requests were discussed in CNI because there was a lot of other things discussed. And that's my concern, is that I think a lot of my requests were valid, and I think it should be taken into account and go to policy to review so that it can go back to us so we can look at it together. So I'm just asking if we can talk about that more offline. Thank you.
And we would discuss those, and we would, and no, and I think that we should talk offline. I think we should talk before the policy committee meeting, but those could definitely be incorporated. And you could be, anybody that wants to come to that committee meeting could come to it to, contribute.
No, you
I'm
can't.
inviting you, Mama.
You're not allowed.
Yeah, okay, let's. You
Oh,
can't.
no, I'm
Well,
sorry.
I think
Oh,
the
God.
missing link
I'm
is
sorry.
really
It's
the
late.
action from the district.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can table that and hopefully we can get some next steps. Okay, so let's move on to the action portion of the meeting. I'll turn it over to Dr. Taylor.
Sorry, I have to give my committee readout.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That took. Sorry about that. I apologize.
All right, so the Data and Technology Committee met on September 19th at 5:30 p.m. It was attended by myself, Board Member Vadlamani, and Board Member Wingfield. Our topics of discussion included the SSDS data review. We want to discuss ways to standardize and make the presentation clearer, as well as having the goal of creating sort of a template so that the district can create basically a 5-year overview that we can look at with every time we get the SSDS data presentation. We know what we're getting, and then we can look at those trends and discuss those trends. The next thing we discussed was transportation. In particular, we were looking at discussing, I guess, the idea of a database, looking at addresses across town, and looking at ways that we can use something like Variance, because we have these different software packages that we are piloting. Where we have one that we use, Versatrans, but we're also piloting another software package. And we also have the county coming in to do measures if a household demands it or requests it. And we can actually compare these values and then get a variance to see how accurate is our software and if we need to make any changes. But there was still some discussion about what else can go into this database and whether it is still necessary. The next thing we discussed was data reports around district goals. So we kind of discussed which district goals would require district data reports, including our goal in special services, student achievement, and access and equity. So that was just the meeting that we had. Any questions? All right, and our special services meeting was held on the 27th at 6:30 p.m.
That was such a boring committee meeting. I mean, nobody fought, nobody walked away, nobody is abusing anyone. Everyone agrees. You're doing great. That's great work.
Yeah.
I mean, so maybe all the good work is really happening in this committee. Yeah?
Yes, it was a very efficient meeting, and then we had another efficient meeting yesterday. Special services was held yesterday, the 27th, at 6:30 p.m. Attended by myself, Board Member Eckert, and Board Member Wright. So the first thing we discussed was the referral process. So we want to basically have data reports that come to special services so that we can see demographic info, the referral process timeline, who's the source of referral, and also cross-checking that data with PowerSchool so we can identify disparities. The next thing we discussed was coverage in special education and basically whom should parents contact. So we discussed basically the department ensuring that there's more proactive communication, as well as the coverage done by Mr. Johnson, Ms. Tomini, Ms. Ellis, and Mr. Mullen. After that, we discussed special education teacher vacancies. I know that personnel is following up on this, but for special education or special services, we want to make sure that we are given updates during each meeting on the current vacancies. And we'll also just follow up on the vacancies and coverage that the schools are doing. And then finally, we discussed some issues with transportation, just to make sure that students are getting assistance they need, particularly for out-of-district placements. And then, yes, and we were a very efficient meeting, and we had a very spirited discussion.
FFT is trying to break records.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Telesford about special services work? Okay.
Oh, no, I know you support it, but I think that you didn't support the current program as it was going to be implemented. And I agreed with your assessment.
Okay, so we'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's still Thursday. 8 more minutes, right? Yeah, right. So I received no request to sever any items, just confirming that.
Do you have any requests to sever? Board Member Vadamani.
I'd like to sever 4519.
4519. Any other requests to sever?
Is to approve the revised BOE ad hoc committees for the 2023 calendar year.
Is
4519. Oh, I actually, and it's through 4520. Sorry, I messed up.
that one had to be separate.
4520. Board members, if you refresh your screen, the hand carries have been added, I believe, to your agendas. Just double checking that.
Sorry, Patrick, can Alyssa vote on 4520?
So,
Not 4520, 45.
nothing to do with DW South, it's exclusively with regard to Soleil, it's a fully negotiated MOA. The guidance says if you're in another district, even if you're in the same bargaining unit, you may vote on your finalized MOA, which is what I bargained.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It was 4519, which is the
ad hoc?
revised
Oh.
committees. Sorry.
I believe included, you went over the, I think it includes a DPW settlement implementation
Yeah.
committee.
Okay,
But we
so
are updating the negotiations committee
committee,
as
so
well.
can I vote on that part?
Can you split it up and vote on it?
Yeah.
Can't be split up.
Okay, so just
Okay,
one
so I just want to vote. That's fine.
So again, board members, please refresh your agendas there just to be sure we're on the same page. The request confirming 4519 revised board ad hoc committees is severed. There was also a request to sever 4520, the sidebar agreement. Am I incorrect now?
No, that was just a
That was the
mistake.
old one. Got it. So we're just severing 4519, no other requests, just confirming. All right. Board members, I put before you for your consideration resolutions 4506 through 4520, excluding 4519, which is severed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we're now open for discussion on those aforementioned resolutions. Board Member Malaspina.
I would like to just point out 4518, and I appreciate everybody's support so far that I have gotten on this resolution. I think it's very important that we pass a resolution, especially with October, next week being Banned Book Week, talking about how we as South Orange Maplewood School District believe in the right to read and that the freedom to select reading materials for oneself is a fundamental cornerstone of democracy. It mirrors what just occurred in the Essex County, and I know that West Orange and other districts are looking to do something. So I think it is a really powerful resolution for us to support. So I appreciate the support on that.
I just want to say I appreciate you putting that together. I can't wait to support it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further comments or questions? Okay, we will then go ahead and take action on these resolutions.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina, Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Thank you, board members. We do have hand carries. But before we get to those, we present to you 4519. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay, we are now open for discussion for Resolution 4519, which is to approve the revised BOE ad hoc committees. Just as a reminder, as previously mentioned, it would be introducing a Fergus Implementation Committee. That would be a committee of the whole, obviously not with Board Member Malaspina. And then also it would be updating the Negotiations Committee, also confirming that the Negotiations Chair will be Board Member Wingfield through the rest of this year. Board Member Vadlamani.
So the idea of having a committee that looks after the implementation of the settlement is a good idea. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a very good idea. But the problem I have with this resolution and the way it's set up is that it's meeting monthly as a special committee. This is like saying that I'm tracking sunspots and I want to take measurements every day. It does not make sense. This is a long-term process where if you measure very frequently, you get incorrect measurements. So I think the smallest amount of time you should spend on meeting is maybe a quarter, if not 6 months. And if you don't forget, I mean, we are already having 2 updates from the superintendent in January and July on this exact same thing. So in my opinion, I mean, we're just wasting our time by having a committee and now a committee of the whole. And, you know, everyone's going to sit together for an hour, 2 hours and listen to updates every month where there may not be really any updates. So yes, unless you're saying that let's get together, you know, 2 minutes, walk away, that's different. So my problem is not with the intent of the committee, but the way it is structured. So I would be happy to vote for this. If you made it a quarter, even that is debatable, but yes, I'll take a compromise. I'll take a quarter, I'll be happy to vote for it. But we're meeting him twice a year anyway. The district's going to show up, January and July.
The reason why it's structured as a special committee is because it has a specific objective with a specific timeline. So according to our bylaws, it meets the definition of what a special committee would be versus what's defined by an ad hoc committee, which I believe engages like community members and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why it's spelled out as a special committee. And my personal viewpoint on the cadence of meeting is that right now, I think it's so important we meet monthly because of all the things we just discussed. We don't know what the district's vision is on how we're going to implement and how we're going to do it over the 3 years. And I think it's better for us to be a little bit more hands-on to have that understanding, especially as Justice Wallace will receive his first presentation, as will we in January, that we have a handle on all of this. If we feel more comfortable and the timelines are being met, then I think it is a good idea to scale back. But in the immediate short term, I think it's necessary to have the monthly meetings. Dr. Telesford and then Board Member Deval Wilson.
I guess one of the concerns I had with this committee is that I feel as though there's going to be replicated work. A lot of the recommendations are things that fall under different umbrellas. For instance, some of it is CNI, some of it is personnel. So you could have an update within those committees, and then you're going to have another update in the committee of the whole. So are we just repeating things over again? And so then my question is, what would be the difference between work that's done for, say, CNI, and then the work that's done in the committee of the whole? What would be different? What update would you have in CNI that you would not have in this committee of the whole? Is there something that would be overlapping or non-overlapping?
The way I see it, and I mean, I think this is the first time we've actually been able to talk about it together as a team, but the way I see it is CNI, and there's like a laundry list of things that they have to talk about every month. Same with FFT, you know, jokingly, we do normally meet until like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. This is a meeting where that document that the district created that has everything lined up in columns with what was in the settlement, what Dr. Berger's recommended, what we have already done, what we haven't, and how the district's going to move forward. That is our agenda. And that document is like 3 or 4 pages long. Also, looking at our committee chart, right now, the way this chart is written, sorry, let me back up. My suggestion is, let's see how this goes. We've got October, November, December, right? January, we got to vote on this again. Yeah. We might decide, hey, you know what? Let's make this quarterly. We will have data and experience to inform. Right now, we don't really know what we don't know. So my suggestion is, let's vote on this. We all want to move forward and do what's right, and realize that we'll have a chance in 3-4 months in January to reevaluate.
I'm just saying that I don't think my question was quite answered, though, because my point was that by having a monthly cadence, you're going to have some work that's going to have to overlap, because you're going to have some sort of change in curriculum that is called for by the recommendations. How do you not cover that in CNI and then not cover it within the committee. So I think, yes, if we have a monthly cadence, there's going to be overlap. Now, maybe there may not be overlap in this very early portion because it's about discussing implementation and having these other goals in mind. But if, let's just say you were going to do this for 3 years, there's going to be overlap and there's going to be this redundancy that I think that we should be mindful of.
There's overlap in all of our committees. You know, for example, we talk in personnel about staffing shortages for special education classrooms, but then in special services, you guys drill on that and from a different angle. FFT, you know, this is going to impact FFT and the amount that we have to allocate from a budget perspective. Having this as a monthly meeting keeps us top of mind. Anyone who's a chair who attends this meeting is bringing that back and making sure that this is a standing agenda item. Where are we on settlement term
I will say that
3A bullet, 2? And so I think the idea of all of our committees is that we overlap and that we don't function as silos. In my opinion, this is an opportunity for us because frankly, what we've been doing is not enough. Like getting a quick 5-minute recap in our closed session meetings has not been substantial in making sure that we're moving the needle on the work. And so with the amount of work that has to get done in a 3-year period, having this oversight, look, as a board, we're limited on what we can control. This is something that we can control to have this extra layer of oversight. To Nubia's point, let's do it for a few months. If it doesn't work, we can revisit it. But I don't see why there's this hesitancy to move forward on it. And if you feel that way, I think at this point, that's your opinion, and we can move to vote.
But I guess I want to make the point that when I do see those redundancies, that is a problem. So I did see us having special education, like talking about special education vacancies, while also there are other topics related to personnel that I didn't think were appropriate for the committee. And because they were overlapping. So yes, I do think that is a problem when we do have that type of overlap because it's redundant. We have to remember that we're having the administration come in and having them do the same thing over and over again. We want them to do the work, and just talking to us is not part of that work necessarily. So we should try and really make sure they are focused on implementation.
Board Member Wright?
You know, I'm just thinking maybe had we done this before, we wouldn't be sitting here now. We tried to vote on this same thing earlier on, and it didn't pass. I can remember that the president of the village trustees asking, should we have you formed what do you think about forming a committee with this? It is the perfect thing to do. We kept our eyes off of this for 3 years, trusting. I don't trust. So this committee is very important for me. I've seen too much. I know too much, and we need this oversight. That's it. It's not hurting anyone. And if you don't want to attend the meeting, you don't have to. Right? Okay. Don't need to. And, you know, voted no before, you can vote no again. Can we get to this? Because I want to go home.
Mr. Burnside, can you take roll on this?
I mean, we need to discuss this till we come to a reasonable conclusion about what's happening. We're not sitting here and worrying about, I need to go home and I need to get out early and all that. I mean, that's just disrespectful to all of us. We're all here. We're all here.
Guys, listen.
No, I am done with this kind of
No,
stuff.
excuse me. Okay, guys, listen. Everything is spelled out in the document. It's the first time, actually, that anyone who's proposed a committee has put something together to outline what it is and what the intention, what the objective is, and what the timeline is. It's all there for everyone to see. No one has reached out with feedback other than to say that they were not interested in forming a committee. At this point, we're going to move to
Actually,
roll call on
that
this.
is absolutely not correct. Hang on. I got to reply back to this. I sent
Mr.
back
Burnside,
detailed-
can you please
No,
call
I
the
sent
roll?
back detailed response to everything you said, and I said exactly the same thing what I said now. The committee makes sense. The committee makes sense. So don't say you got no feedback. I mean, I gave detailed feedback. And the second problem I have, which I've again told you in feedback, is that the name of the committee makes no sense. I mean, call it the Equity Report Committee. I mean, we are not forming committees around one person. No person is bigger than the board. I mean, the district and the students. That's our number one thing. So maybe you want to call it Improve Students Committee. I mean, call it whatever else you want. What is Dr. Fergus Committee? I mean, it makes no sense to have that name. So, I mean, think through the law, think through all the problems that are there in what you have just put together in this resolution. The name is wrong, the cadence is wrong, right? And you're just, well, duplicating, yes. I mean, yes, but my two points were very simple. The name is wrong, the cadence is wrong.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. May we please call the roll on this? Thank you.
Board Member Vadlamani?
No.
Board Member Wright? Yes. Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina? Sorry. Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Coming around are your hand carries.
Oh, great. Okay, I forgot about that. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Hi, board members. Again, you have 2 hand carries. We'll do them one at a time. The first hand carry is Resolution 4521, HIB appeal. Do I have a second?
We can't discuss because it's a HIB appeal, so we'll just go to vote.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Wright? Yes. Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Second hand carry, Resolution 4522, approve special counsel.
We'll go to vote.
Do I have a second? Sorry.
All right. I think we just go to vote, right, Mr. Burnside?
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Wright? Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, that now concludes the action portion of the meeting. We're moving on to the second hearing of individuals and delegates. I just want to see if we have anyone who
No, please.
signed
Nobody.
up.
Please.
There's no one there, and I don't, oh, okay. We got the lone survivor, we got Jeffrey Bennett.
Since it's midnight, you get 1 minute, not 3.
Minutes from you. I've come to speak about issues with middle school placement and transportation and suggest ways that the Board of Ed and administration can make improvements. Like with the elementary schools, placement in middle school is a unilateral decision by the district without any parental input. And it's totally random which children are assigned to the more distant school. Although there is a skew where low-income kids are more likely to be placed at the distant school. The assumption behind sixth grade placement is that all families want the closer school. Hence, that's where lottery winners are assigned. However, like with the elementary schools, I think this assumption is flawed. There are many families in Soma who live over 2.0 miles from one middle school, but are still fairly distant, but below 2.0 miles from the other middle school. For some of these children, going to the more distant middle school might actually be preferred, since it comes with a bus, whereas if they went to the closer middle school, they might still have to walk or be driven up to 1.99 miles. There are additional problems. If a family gets a tough placement for elementary school, there is no guarantee that they won't also get a tough placement again for middle school, because elementary and middle school placement are totally independent. Is it fair that if a family has an elementary school that they didn't prefer, that they also get a non-preferred middle school too? There is also a problem with sibling placement, which hasn't come up. If your children are in grades that are 3 years apart, so you have children in grade 8 and grade 5, your younger child would go through the III lottery again and might be placed at the other middle school. Some families might be glad if this happened, if the older child's placement was bad for them, but other families would be disappointed since they would lose the connection they had with that middle school. If the family has 3 kids or 4 kids spaced 3 grades apart, they would go through the III lottery again and again and again. There's also a need for additional transportation support. The administration and Michael Alves have emphasized that 85% of middle school kids go to the closer school, which is important. But it does have the downside because the 15% of kids who go to the more distant school may not have any neighbors who go to the same school. If they're almost 2 miles from the school, they may not be able to find an easy carpool. It would be hard to arrange. Some of the solutions here are the same as for the elementary schools. We should at least ask families what their preference or need is. Most kids are going to want the closer school, but not all will. We should have a waitlist transfer process. Many kids who sign up for grade 6 don't enroll. Let kids who didn't get their first preference or need take spots from non-enrolled. To make it equitable, have the waitlist transfer process be automatic, like Cambridge and Montclair. We could also have a process like Montclair has, where unused bus seats are given to kids just under the threshold if they use existing bus stops. Don't force kids to have to watch half-empty buses pass them by. We should also have a late bus in middle school. For middle school, after-school activities and tutoring even more important than they are in elementary school. And sometimes the lack of a late bus might hinder their ability to participate in that. I see my time's up. Thank you very much.
I think that's it for in-person public speaks. So, right? You don't? Okay. So that includes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, did you want to respond or?
Just that I always appreciate the feedback. I think that the notion that students can't have friends outside their neighborhood is something that I don't agree with. The fact that I think that we have to, as a board and as a community, when we created the III and took it around and talked to everyone, and we addressed those top 5, maybe even 10 concerns from families, including thousands of people who responded to surveys about it. The most important thing that parents told us was that if they had siblings, they wanted them to be together, that would be a hardship to have kids in the same grade span apart. They also spoke about, the importance of phasing it through, which is why we do the III beginning in kindergarten and 6th grade. I think that, there can always be things that individual families would want or prefer, but we try to look at the entire scope of the III and the impact of it and the reason why we're doing it. And even when we have to say no to families, we also share with them the things that benefit them from the III, and we stand by them, and they're research-based. But I always appreciate when you share the thoughtful feedback and ideas. They don't go on deaf ears. We can talk afterwards. No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now moving on to the new business portion of the meeting. Does anyone have new business for this evening? Dr. Telesford and then Board Member Malaspina.
I just have a comment for us as a board. We really should have more decorum. We can have very spirited discussion, but we should never get personal, attack each other, laugh at each other, snort or chortle at each other when anything is happening in here. That's what makes this a strong body, is that we have respect for each other. So I just want to really make sure that, you know, we need to be respectful of each other. We can disagree, but then be respectful in our disagreements.
Yep, I agree with you. Board Member Malaspina.
I'd like to move back. I guess we're going to discuss the new business. I don't know if it's. Well, I'm making a motion that we have a special meeting related to the report and everything, or is it better that we just do it at the next committee?
Yeah, you have
to Okay, forget it. Forget it. I'll think about it. Yeah, have this conversation now. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay, forget it.
All right, seeing none, closing new business. With that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board moved to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussions to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 PM in the district meeting room in 525. In person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. May I have a second? All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. So, Mr. Burnside, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Friday, September 29th at 12:30 a.m. May I have a, 12:20 a.m. May I have a second? All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you and safe travels home.